Will come to order. Today, members, the pledge will be led by Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please take the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Representative Catlin,
Excuse.
Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Rep. Degree Kennedy,
Excused.
Dixon, Duran, Rep. English is excused. Epps, Representative Epps, Evans, Frizzell,
Here.
Froelich, Garcia, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Harrod, Representative Harrod,
Excused.
Holtorf, Judah,
Excused.
Joseph, Kip, Leader, Lindsay, Rep. Lindsay,
Excused.
Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, Rep. Morrow,
Excused.
McCormick, McLaughlin, Michelson Janae, Ortiz, Parenti, Puglisi, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Sharbini, Rep. Sharbini,
Excused.
Sirota, Snyder, Soper, Rep. Soper,
Excused.
Story, Taggart, Rep. Taggart,
Excused.
Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Rep. Velasco,
Excused.
Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker,
Here. With 55 present, 10 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I went home yesterday and I told my kids that I have to make the motion to approve the journal, and I was trying to make it funny by telling a dad joke. And they asked me, well, how do you know if it's a dad joke? And I said, it's apparent. So if you want to avoid any future dad jokes, vote yes. Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Tuesday, April 4th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Apparently, we have all heard that motion, that the journal be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted. Announcements, Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the representative from Arvada better look out because she's getting a run for her money on puns. This is to announce the work of the Judiciary Committee today at 1:30. We are meeting to hear 5 bills. They are 1249, 1182, 1155, 1169, and 1214, the last of which is back for action only because we took testimony previously. See you at 1:30. You might want to bring your dinner.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this morning we have the Technology Association downstairs on the first floor. There's a bunch of members of the Technology Association, some vendors down there, a lot of good businesses that exist here in our state, creating lots of jobs. And go visit them and say hello. And there's breakfast and coffee too. So go to the first floor.
Representative McLaughlin. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, education today. We're having a meeting on Senate Bill 149, and we will do that at adjournment today. So I will see you there. Thanks.
Representative Michelson-Jeannet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services, we will be meeting at 1:30 in room 107 to hear 2 bills, 1256 and Senate Bill 39.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, fabulous Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee, 1:30 LSBA, to hear 3 bills, 1255, 1253, and 1276.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Energy Environment Committee, you have the morning off. Enjoy it.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Business will be meeting today. Upon adjournment, we'll be hearing 1 bill, which is, it's Senate Bill 58. And we'll be meeting like 5 minutes after adjournment. Thanks.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and all of the representatives in this room, I would like to make an introduction. UC Health Memorial Hospital Central in Colorado Springs is one of the busiest emergency departments and trauma center in the state of Colorado. The emergency department treats over 82,000 patients annually and over 14,000 trauma patients. UC Health Memorial Central is the only level 1 trauma center in southern Colorado. Referrals from all over the state of Colorado and neighboring states are transferred to Central for top-tiered trauma care. Additionally, an average of 80 trauma patients are transferred monthly for inpatient care to Memorial Central. The staff of trauma services include 25 trauma surgeons, 24 advanced practice providers, and 35 dedicated staff members who oversee the care of each trauma patient from the moment of injury to the moment of recovery. The combined years of service and experience of the trauma team is in the hundreds. The team is always ready to face any adversity, disaster, or mass casualty event, and is committed to providing the state-of-the-art care that Coloradans have come to expect from UC Health Memorial Central. I would like for my guests over here to stand, and let's give them a hand, please. When you see them in the hall today, Please say hi and introduce yourself.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we are working this weekend, I have been approved to be absent Friday, April 7th through Sunday, April 9th.
So approved. Representative Garcia. And Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez. And Representative Weissman.
Madam Speaker, it is legit to serve with you.
It is way legit to serve with you. Is it too legit to quit? So bad. So bad.
Okay, members, it is my absolute honor to welcome Family Leadership Training Institute here with us today. They are sitting on the sides over there. The Family Leadership Training Institute inspires, trains, and empowers individuals to become effective leaders and change agents on behalf of children, youth, and families. FLTI first began in 2008 and now boasts 14 sites across Colorado, connecting more than 1,600 alumni.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Family Leadership Training Institute, FLTI, is a first-of-its-kind family civics program provided through public-private partnerships and coordinated through Colorado State University Extension. The program graduates spend more than 120 hours over 20 weeks to develop skills needed to become effective leaders in their communities while further understanding democracy. As part of the program requirements, FLTI graduates each implement a community project. And I have to say that Representative Garcia and I were able to go to the Southwest Denver, meet with the Southwest Denver graduates, and they presented their projects to us. They talked to us about things that were happening in their communities. And I'm incredibly grateful to have been a part of that process and learn from them, you know, what are things that they see that need to be changed or done in our communities.
Great. Oh, Representative Garcia.
Solamente quiero darles la bienvenida al grupo de FLTI para estar aquí y por favor, si tienen tiempo, por favor, vayan a decirles hola. Gracias.
Great. Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders at 9:19 a.m. Senate Bill 220, 219, 221, 228, 229, 230, 231, 241, 216, House Bill 1019, House Bill 1205, and House Concurrent Resolution 1001.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 9:19 a.m. Representative Michelson Janay. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Michelson Janay will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 220, or lay over Senate Bill 220 to the end of the calendar.
Senate Bill 220 will be moved to the end of the calendar. Let's write myself a note. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 219.
Senate Bill 219 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning services to support students eligible to enroll in facility schools and in connection therewith, making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, I move Senate Bill 23-219.
To the bill.
Members, I'm so excited to present this bill to you relating to facility schools. The facility school system was authorized by the General Assembly to ensure that students receiving publicly funded educational services in various types of specialized institutions such as hospitals and therapeutic residential and day treatment facilities receive appropriate educational services. The bill makes changes related to the regulation and funding of facility schools and modifies the duties of the Office of Facility Schools in the Colorado Department of Education. These changes support services for children and youth with exceptionally severe or specialized needs that school districts are unable to serve adequately within their regular or specialized educational services. Specifically, our bill will include the following changes. The bill creates a new baseline funding model for facility schools effective fiscal year 23-24. It creates the specialized day school as a type of approved facility school. This new category of facility school can be authorized by the Department of Education. Requires the State Board of Education to begin accrediting facility schools by December 1st, 2026, based on the recommendations of the Facility Schools Board. The bill creates the Shared Operational Services Grant Program for fiscal year 23-24 and the following fiscal year to support eligible applicants in providing shared operational services for facility schools. It creates the Technical Assistance Center in the Office of Facility Schools, adds responsibilities for the Facility School Work Group to monitor implementation of these changes, requires CDE, Human Services, HICPUF, and CDPHE to collaborate, thank you so much, to create an interagency resource guide, and makes changes to the structure for funding for the Department of Education Administration for facility schools. We are pleased to come and bring this to you. These schools are important, require more attention and oversight, and this bill will accomplish these important objectives. We ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm wanting to ask some questions around the paragraph in the fiscal note on page 12 of this packet that we got. With respect to state baseline funding, it says that that is offset by tuition received from school districts for special education services and revenue for hospital-based facility schools. I'm just wondering if you can give a little bit more understanding to me. I wasn't aware that our public school districts were receiving tuition for special education services, and then also hospital-based facility schools, so that's part of their fees that they pay as a person in that hospital. If you could just help me
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Luck, for the question. So these, to the extent school districts are providing education for these students, they are receiving funding to provide that education. So this is ensuring that funding follows the student to make sure that where they're getting the services and getting their education, we have the resources to follow them to make sure that they get what they need.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that question. So the tuition received by the school districts is actually monies that the school districts are getting through the state? So, because it says state baseline funding is offset by tuition received from school districts. So either way, the state is paying those funds. It just is dependent upon which pool of money it's coming from. So if there is one of these schools that's not under the banner of a school district, then it's wholly just paid directly from the state, just state check state of Colorado, here you go. But if, sorry, if that school is under District 2, then District 2 gets the money from the state and it's passed through to this facility school. Is that what I'm understanding?
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Representative Luck, we are ensuring that the resources that student needs to support their education follow them so that if they're being educated within our school district, they get their funding there. And if not, if the school is located in a different place, such as facility schools often are, those resources follow the student. Yes, thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm confused by this bill because in talking to the people on the Education Committee, it doesn't seem like a JBC type of bill. I'm just wondering if it was explained, discussed, or debated in the Education Committee, and has the underlying policy contained here been put in some type of form of a bill that's been through the House or the Senate? This just doesn't seem like a JBC type of bill. I'm just wondering why it didn't go through Education. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue has arisen because over the years it has been a subject of the JBC, particularly as it relates to the funding formula for facility schools. And so there was, I don't have the bill number in front of me, but it is in the description in your long bill packet. There was a bill last year that did run through the process to put forward the working group that came up with the proposal for the bill. And so that working group, that bill for the working group did go through the General Assembly last year, and this working group has been working over the course of the year. And so what you see in this bill before you are the proposals that came out of that working group.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are spending $18 million this year. I'm just wondering, do we know how much we normally spend? Is that about the same? It's just a different, it's just the structure by which the money's processed is different. Okay, thank you.
Representative. Is there any further conversation? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other thing that I'd like maybe some answers to is the bill calls for qualified third parties. Just wondering what groups and organizations are likely to be involved with this and the services that are described here. Thank you.
No? Can you repeat that, Representative Bradley?
Oh my gosh, no one's ever said they couldn't understand me. I'm just kidding. The bill calls for qualified third parties. I'm just trying to figure out what groups or organizations are likely to be involved with the services described in the bill, please.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you for the question. I imagine that this would be education professionals and consultants engaged by our facility schools work group and also the Department of Education. I also want to make a point here that parents and guardians are elevated in this process, and we're making sure that in the bill that they are included in the work group and that aren't not currently part of these work groups. So,
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 219. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 219 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 221.
Senate Bill 221 by Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning the funding of the Healthy School Meals for All program and in connection therewith, creating the Healthy School Meals for All program general fund exempt account, allowing expenditures in excess of appropriations for the program, clarifying how the program should be accounted for in the annual general appropriations bill and making an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 221.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill is a bill to implement Proposition FF, which was passed by the voters in '22, and it's basically just a bill to implement what was passed. So it creates an exempt account for the funding to flow through, and it outlines how the appropriations will flow to implement the program. Related to which components are restricted by appropriations and which are not. School meals are not.
Is there any further discussion on 221? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 221. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 221 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 228.
Senate Bill 228 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Bockenfeld, concerning the creation of the Office for Administrative Services for Independent Agencies in the Judicial Department and in connection therewith, making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Byrd.
So I move Senate Bill 228.
To the bill.
Members, I have an amendment.
Please move your amendment, Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you. I move Amendment L004 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L004 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please proceed.
So, members, this makes technical changes to the Asia. Well, I will tell you what the Asia is in just a moment, but this is technical changes to our board. And this will make more sense once I talk to you about what this bill does.
Okay, do we
approve
have
the amendment?
any questions on Amendment L004? All those in favor of Amendment L004, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L004 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Byrd.
Thank you. Members, I'm very excited to bring this bill to you. This is a good government bill. The bill creates what's called the Office of Administrative Services for Independent Agencies in the Judicial Department. This new piece, this new group will provide centralized administrative and fiscal support services that include budget, accounting, payroll, and human resource services to specified judicial department independent agencies that are currently receiving these same support services from the state court administrators' offices. The reason for the change is that many of these agencies have not been able to receive the support that they need under this current configuration. It has been challenging, and as the General Assembly has given more responsibilities to each of these different departments, they have grown to a certain extent, and so the ability of the Supreme Court administrator to handle that administrative work that comes along with these responsibilities has become increasingly jeopardized, if you will. So this, what the Joint Budget Committee, how we are involved in this is that we had been approached by each of these independent agencies to go and independently hire their own payroll person, their own HR person. And that didn't make any sense because many of these smaller agencies don't really require a full-time equivalent to provide payroll and HR. But when you combine all of the independent agencies together, then it makes sense to provide them with their own support staff. So rather than duplicating effort, hiring multiple payroll individuals for each of these groups, this smaller administrative support group can do this for all of them and be dedicated to meeting the needs of each of these agencies. So this is why I consider this a good government bill. We are duplicating, or rather refraining from duplicating effort and being efficient. So I ask for your support for this bill and hope you will join me with a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck. Oh, Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you, sir.
I asked for an aye vote on this particular bill, and I'll just reiterate that this is the administration of these areas have been handled historically by the judiciary. They were independent, they have now grown, and they're at a point where they need their own administration.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my understanding is that the Office of Public Guardianship is set to expire, to sunset here shortly. Is that your understanding?
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That issue is independent of the establishment of this, so I haven't done a deep dive into the sunset of that particular department.
Okay, but...
Representative Luck.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I believe that they're set to expire this coming January, but this would be in effect for them maybe in the event that they're not renewed, it would be in effect for maybe 6 months. Is that probably like?
Representative Byrd.
So, Representative Luck, so this will cover each of these different independent agencies, and I imagine each of them have different sunsets that come up for review, and this group would exist to support whoever sunset gets renewed, I imagine.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 228 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 228 as amended is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 229.
Senate Bill 229 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Balkenfeld, concerning the office of the statewide behavioral health court liaison and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 229, and I also have an amendment.
The bill has been properly moved. Now let's move the amendment.
I move L002 and ask that it be displayed.
L002 has been properly moved. Thank you. And is displayed. Please tell us about your amendment, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L002 adds an additional position to the governing board. It adds the director of the office within CDHS for assisting civil and forensic mental health patients to this board, and then would also add an additional individual appointed to the board to keep an odd number. I think it was said that this office, while the agency is housed in judicial, the department within, or the office within CDHS actually does the work with our forensic patients, and so it would be appropriate to have them in this group to ensure that services are, everything is being done without duplication and with uniformity.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 229 as amended. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, please hold. Did we not adopt the amendment yet? Okay, so the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L002 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 229? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003 and ask that it be displayed. Sorry.
L003 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please tell us about your amendment, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just makes some technical changes to ensure we are doing things such as avoiding duplication with the work that this office is doing.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L3? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 3 is adopted. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, this is a really excellent bill. This bill establishes the Office of the Statewide Behavioral Health Court Liaison as an independent agency within the Judicial Department. This program is maybe also known as the Bridges Program. It serves criminal justice system-involved participants in the competency process and participants in need of early intervention services who may become involved in the competency process. The program has seen tremendous success, and that is why it is being established as its own independent agency. Just as some background information, this program has been shown to reduce criminal justice system costs primarily by reducing jail occupancy. It's estimated that every dollar spent on the Bridges program may save up to $3.58 in jail costs. It is estimated that at full capacity for competency participants, the Bridges program may save up to $50.5 million in jail costs. And additionally, the program increases participant health outcomes by increasing access to community services and supports for social determinants of health that reduces ongoing and future involvement in the criminal justice system. So, as I said before, due to the success of this, the program thus far, the expansion is to increase the liaison capacity to serve all the currently identified competency need in the state over a 3-year expansion. And I ask for your yes vote.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to kind of simplify that, the folks who are not familiar with the criminal justice system, when somebody is charged with a crime and they have mental health issues and they're unable to stand trial because of their personal issues, they end up in our jails for long periods of times with attempts to try to restore them to competency so that they can stand trial. And this program works with the local jurisdictions and the Sheriff's Department to help restore these folks to competency so that they can stand trial and be moved through the process in our criminal justice system. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
So in looking at this, I do have a couple questions for the sponsors. I understand how the Bridges works, and I think that, in my opinion, taking this from the Bridges into an independent group is going to actually harm the effectiveness of Bridges. I don't think it's going to help it. And part of the reason is because when you make something independent like this, it creates its own bureaucracy. And one of the ways that I can see this is going from 23-24 over to 24-25, there's a $7 million increase just in personnel services. That shouts out bureaucracy to me on so many different levels. If Bridges is extremely successful in what it's accomplishing now, why do we think that taking it out and creating a complete bureaucratic office will make that better or more effective or more streamlined is the way I see it, but that may not be the intent here. So how does this help in the long term, keeping it in a successful program without the bureaucracy involved?
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Judicial Department actually has several independent agencies, and through our examination of these agencies and the way in which they execute their mission, they are really run, they're really lean and mean. Their mission is very specific, and the agencies are run that way. This particular program, we want it to grow and increase in size so that we are actually able to meet the needs of the state. And so in order to do that, it does need to grow. But we also see tremendous cost savings coming from our county jails and a tremendous benefit to the health and well-being of our constituents as well. And so we have seen actually great success in these small independent judicial agencies within the Judicial Department, successful in their mission and actually quite cost effective. They are not large bloated bureaucracies, but they are very small and narrowly tailored.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Again, to just reiterate what Representative Sirota said, there is a cost savings, and that cost savings transfers back to local government by handling some of these cases outside of the jail environment. There's a savings to the local government that should offset the additional expense.
Representative Bottoms.
I understand all that in theory, but the term lean and mean doesn't seem to apply to $7 million increase in 1 year. I just don't see that as being a thing. I know it's being described, and maybe I'll be proved wrong on this, but this seems to be an increase in every single way to accomplish what is already being accomplished quite successfully through this whole thing. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a former county commissioner, I can tell you this clientele in your jail is very, very expensive because it does leave the counties open to potential lawsuits many times when they have to deal with this clientele. And those are kind of hidden costs that you don't always see. So when you evaluate these programs, you can't necessarily look at just a dollar for dollar type scenario. It also reduces the risk substantially in the legal departments of our various county governments.
Is Representative DeGraff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that the kind of the business case was laid out, that this does solve it. I wish we had a little bit more time to discuss it and how this goes, if we're going to be creating new bureaucracies, whether that's more efficient or not, and then spending millions of dollars in doing so. I do see that, I mean, it does make sense to me that as we make crime more lucrative and increase the availability to drugs where people are going to end up in these systems, that we do save the money where we can. I am curious if that's when it says may increase state revenue in the budget. I'm curious if that is the way of increasing state revenue, not so much increasing state revenue, or if there is an actual way this will be increasing state revenue, or if it's more of a spending it more efficiently. And then the other question I have on this program, because it is, so you're taking somebody that would normally be put in jail, and then you're saving the jail, so presumably it's somebody that needs to be put in jail because they are not interacting with society per our social norms or social contracts at that point. So I'm curious where they go when they're not in jail, because they can't be in society and they can't be in jail. So so the revenue question and then where they go are my concerns.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just taking a look at the fiscal note here. When it talks about increasing state revenue, it's talking about gifts, grants, and donations. And gifts, grants, and donations are not subject to TABOR. And so there are a number of mental health organizations, behavioral health organizations out there that have an interest in making contributions to this particular cause. Many of the counties have set up programs to, as I mentioned before, move some of these folks out of the county jail that can be managed in a different environment. I can tell you what my experience was with Arapahoe County. We did initiate this program inside of our county jail. And as of today, the program is, at least a portion of it, is now managed outside of our county jail. Again, it's to restore these folks to competency so they can stand trial for their crime. Some of them are crimes where if you have them on their medications and stuff, they're very manageable. And these programs allow them to do that. It creates a substantial amount it reduces the risk to the county government substantially. And these programs generally were ran by our two mental health organizations in Arapahoe County, Aurora Mental Health and Arapahoe Douglas Mental Health. And so they are the experts in this particular area, not the sheriff's department. And when you have these folks in their jails, we restore them and get them back under their medications, but the sheriff's department then has to hand them off and let them out once they've had their case. In this particular case, the Bridges program and these mental health institutions try to continue to work with this clientele so they don't end up back into the jail, and so they try to do the long-term management of keeping folks on their meds and working with them on any issues necessary in order to reduce the expense and the risk for county governments.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question I have for the JBC committee has to do with, we have a program, it's the Bridges program. It's actually, from what I've heard, is a successful program. And now we're going to stand up this new program, Office of Statewide Behavioral Health Court Liaison. Now, one of the things you see is a pretty significant cost and growth in government. In the out years 24-25, it says up to 99 FTE or more as government grows in Colorado, and up to 13.6 million just for this one statewide office. Now, there are some adjustments. They say there's 2 or 3 million that adjust back. But does the Bridges program then go away? Does this replace this Bridges program, or are we going to have layers of the Bridges program on top of this new behavioral health court liaison program? So are we doubling up at a double expense as we grow government? And as a side note, here's another issue that I have. You know, I'm a strong advocate for Tabor. When I first got into this business, many people told me Tabor was bad, needed to go away. I mean, some people in my district were spitting mad about it because there's never enough money for everything, but it is the taxpayers' money. And some taxpayers want their money back if it's not being spent judiciously or prudently. And they don't want it wasted, or they don't want to pay for two things when they can only pay for one thing. So as we grow government, even as taxation and revenue from taxation for the state increases, we have an obligation to be prudent and judicious and not just try to spend everything we take in. Kind of like when you give your kids money to go out in a town and they never give you change back when they come back. As a probably very poor example, you know, we don't want to try to spend everything we have. The taxpayers in eastern Colorado, they want taxes back if they're not needed by the state government. So I have those two issues and questions on the Bridges program. I don't want to just continue to layer upon layer upon layer more programs and more expense and more FTE in particular. And I know behavioral health is a real issue, but there's so many things that we do, it appears. So please explain that to me so I can take that back to my district.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This office is the Bridges program. So it is the Bridges program expanding to become an independent agency. There's no layering. One is the same. It's just getting larger to be able to serve for the entire state. And we are also currently, as a state, paying millions upon millions of dollars because of our failure to restore people to competency. And these liaisons are the folks who actually help and work together with the folks who are supposed to be doing the competency restoration and the court system to make sure that all of these entities are working together to ensure that we are getting people the access to the services that they need, that the courts are aware of the services that are available to people, to make those connections in the community and to keep people housed instead of in our jails.
Representative Bachfeld.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think we need to get something clear. We're not growing government. What we're doing is we're shifting cost that was absorbed by your local county governments, and it's now being absorbed by the state government. And I will advocate that this program is the same program. It's how it's administered is what's changing, and how most of it is being funded. Instead of hidden cost within your local county governments, it's now visible cost in your state government being funded by your state government.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to explain to people that this Bridges program is really effective. Every single person who's in jail and is on the competency wait list should have a Bridges program navigator to help them. And one of the things they're able to do is to get people into outpatient services so they don't have to continue to sit in jail and wait for inpatient services, which can take up to a year or more, especially for people who are on the Tier 2 wait list. The other thing is that Rep. Sirota already mentioned is that it is going to help us move through the competency waitlist faster and get us out from the $12 million a year in fines that we're currently paying, which are actually potentially going up to $48 million if we can't negotiate a better deal with the special master. So this is cost savings and good for human beings. Vote yes.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the good representative from Boulder stole a bit of my thunder, but I was going to provide some history and then a little bit more of a layer on the fiscal aspect of this. In 2018, there was a package of bills, bipartisan, bicameral, that moved through the Judiciary Committees, dealing broadly with the intersection of mental health and the criminal justice system. We had some conversation in the context of the budget. I think that we should all concede, not happily, but we should concede that our correctional system is the biggest de facto mental health provider in our state. That is not how it should be. Those bills, this effort here, are an effort to back away from that reality a little bit. The specific history here is Senate Bill 18-251 created this program in its current form that the present bill seeks to kind of modify in the ways that we've been hearing about. The Senate sponsors of that bill were Senator Gardner, who is still with us serving in the Senate, and then Senator Lambert, who has since term limited out. For those who didn't know him, Senator Lambert was a very, very conservative, including fiscally conservative Republican member, and he was on the JBC. So I don't think that he would have put his name on this if he didn't see the fiscal sense in it. Brings us forward to now. I have heard from the Judicial Department that they have become uncomfortable with this function being lodged in the state court administrator's office. That makes sense to me for the reasons that you've heard about. Also because depending on where things go in the criminal justice process, you may have a judge presiding over questions of competency and so forth. And the folks in the judicial branch don't like wires to be crossed up too much. So I don't mean to speak for them, but it does make sense to me that given that concern, we would separate this function a little bit further away from the state court administrator's office, which is kind of the core administrative unit of the judging function. And I think the sponsors have noted other reasons why we're doing all of that. Now, to the fiscal. As the representative from Boulder noted, we are under a federal court, District of Colorado, consent decree for violating the constitutional rights of defendants with competency issues. A consent decree ordered, there is a special master appointed as of spring of 2019. We are paying, as was noted, $12 million in fines annually. That could go higher. There's comparable litigation going on in Washington State. The case is called Trueblood. I think they're paying something like $45 or $50 million in fines. That is the potential exposure to the state when we do not do a better job getting back on timelines that have a constitutionally mandated basis in terms of due process issues. Competency, for those new to it, basically means you have to have a sufficient mental state to be able to meaningfully participate in your own defense, engage with your defense counsel, who most often in these cases is publicly appointed because we're talking about an indigent defendant. All of that backs up on a 1960 Supreme Court case called Dusky. So the point is the law is not new here. You look at the DOC statistics, you'll find 3/4 of their inmate population has some kind of mental health condition. A diagnosable mental health condition is not a perfect proxy for competency or conversely, but they obviously relate. So what we're talking about here is changing the structure a little bit of a type of investment we've been making already for years, and hopefully being able to scale it up a little bit so that we can do a better job separating folks with mental illness, including serious mental illness, out of the criminal legal system so that they can be handled appropriately, so that we save limited correctional capacity for folks who are truly dangerous as opposed to truly mentally ill. And in doing all of this, hopefully we can have fewer inhumane outcomes in the criminal justice system and frankly reduce the state's exposure to significant ongoing fines, and or the prospect of civil litigation that might arise when somebody who's gravely mentally ill is in a carceral capacity and acts in a way that leads them to injure themselves or become injured. So there's a deep history here, substantively and organizationally, And fiscally, I think the bill looks like we're doing more new than we really are. So I'm very glad to see this here. Some of us in judiciary have known that it's coming. I think it's an appropriate move, building on all the bipartisan things that we've done, and I'm asking for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
So I know, keep talking about this as not an expansion of government, but it looks like here, so are the entire 22.3 FTEs that are being requested for next year already working now? Because if they're not already working now, I see that there is a negative of 12 within the system, but if they're not already working now, that means it's an expansion of government. And then next year up to 87, although it says 99 with potentially 12, I assume being moved over. I don't know what the negative is there, I assume being moved over. But so with an expansion of 22.3 FTEs and then an expansion of 87 FTEs next year, that really does seem to me to be like an expansion of government, and the fact that you're starting a complete different group. So what about the FTEs? How is that going to be working? Which ones of those are working now, and which ones of those are going to be added? Because that would be the expansion side.
Is there any further conversation on Senate Bill 229? Seeing none, the question, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought there was going to be an answer to the question. It sounds like a neat program. I'm still a little confused. I appreciate the dialogue and especially the history of the program. So I don't think I got it all. I was writing as fast as I can, and so my questions are just trying to understand this program. One, I do have some concerns on the when it's funding by gifts, grants, and donations, because those tend to all of a sudden dry up, and then it becomes the default that, well, that needs to come out of the budget because it was gifts, grants, and donations, and now that's gone suddenly. And I'm still questioning on this this overall program, the way this works, and I guess some of it is, from my wife's experience when she did her internship, and people that were considered too mentally ill to be in jail were so probably a program similar to this, and one of them was a very dangerous person that could not be trusted with anything sharper than a crayon, but he checked himself in and out of the facility on a daily or weekly basis. And so yes, I do agree that we have to worry about the due process rights of these people, because they are citizens. They do have those rights. But my question still remains: if they cannot be in jail, if somebody is deemed too dangerous or too something to be in society, which is why they were which is why they ran afoul of the law, then what sort of center do we have for these people? So this is just trying to understand the bill and just trying to get caught up, or the overall program. But what do we do with these people? Because we can't just say, well, you can't be in jail until your meds kick in, so we're going to send you home. And then, so I'm just kind of confused as to what we do with them, because we also do have the due process that our job is to secure the rights of our citizens using the just powers derived from the consent of the governed. So we have to protect the due process rights of the citizens as well. So if we're just turning these people loose on the streets because they're not competent to be in jail, so that's part of what I'm trying to figure out. And then what happens if the gifts, grants, and donations suddenly dry up? Then where does that go? So those are just questions about the program. I wish we had more time to actually discuss these and go through this, which would be the true process that we should go through. But I understand we're in a rush, but I do want to understand the program and how. While this sounds like a great program to protect these individuals and not violate their constitutional rights. How are we not violating? I want to make sure that we're not violating or at least I understand how we're not violating the constitutional rights of everybody else by not putting somebody that's dangerous back on the street just because they're not mentally competent to be, not just because, but in the event that they're not mentally competent. Because this issue with psychotropic drugs, the marijuana, the fentanyl, I see this problem getting increasingly large, and that's so we're going to have an increasing need for this program, I suspect. So what are we doing with these individuals? Do we just have do we have a halfway house, someplace that they can go until they're mentally competent so that they can go to jail? What do we do with these individuals?
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think those are all good questions. I think Representative Bottom's questions are also good. So each county probably has its own version of how they handle this program. I can't speak for each and every individual county. I'm very much familiar with this program because it was established when I was a county commissioner in Arapahoe County. So I can articulate to you how the system worked in Arapahoe County, and it's very much like what you would see in a community corrections type program. If somebody is a danger to society, they remain incarcerated. There are services within our jail that tries to work with these individuals and tries to restore them to competency. And as they get back on their meds and they start restoring them to competency and they're less of a risk to society, then the two mental health organizations that served Arapahoe County, Aurora Mental Health and Arapahoe Douglas Mental Health, would help move them into a home placement type scenario, just like you would with the community corrections program, in order to better manage them. And if you were managing this individual and you got them restored to competency and they were in a position where they were on their meds, you may, at the probably discretion of the courts, allow them to go back out into the community, but they would be more than likely reporting into a day treatment facility until the courts can work with them through their criminal case and bring it to some type of conclusion. So that's how it worked. In reference to Representative Bottom's question about the FTE, because the state is now becoming a direct funded program of the state government, some of those FTE that you see growing here are FTE that were being utilized by the county and the sheriff's department or by the mental health institutions that service those counties. Those folks are now being moved into this particular department. That's why they have to become state FTEs. And so, again, is it one-to-one? I don't know. I can tell you the fiscal analyst has met with the department who's driving this program and made an evaluation. One final thing that I think is important to point out. When you look at this fiscal note, for fiscal year 23-24, the cost of the program is roughly $2.5 million. It is giving the program the authority, only the authority, to grow up to $10.8 million and not to exceed that. So that doesn't mean that the program is going to grow to $10.8 million. The program is going to, on an as-need basis, grow to meet the needs of that county and of that community. And, you know, at this point, it's capped at $10.8 million. And if everything works well and it's a successful program run by the state, hopefully it would be substantially less than that. But they're only getting the authority at this time, not actual dollars.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for the explanation. I really do want to understand this program better. We do have a parent, not a dad joke, a parent, but a parent who is waiting for a competency hearing and has been waiting for a competency hearing for 2 years. So over the alleged murder of a child. So you know, I'm not sure what her status is in terms of this and where they're placed. It does concern me that we have a program that's going to grow, and I can't imagine a program that's not going, I can't imagine a government program that does not grow to its max capacity and then ask for more. So it would be nice to see a little bit more about before we vote on this. It still feels like a bit of a blank check that we're going to send out to solve the problem. We are growing government. We are going to be taking these positions, I guess, which were previously tasked to the local government, which is probably not fair, but those positions are still in the greater aggregate of government itself. So this does grow government, and I think that is, and there are issues with that because the government does not decrease in any way, shape, or form. So just as far as the governance goes, I would like to have seen a little bit better. This is not a matter of whether we need it or not. Again, as lucrative and easy as the legislation is now making drug crimes, then I think we're going to see more of this, and we're going to see more damage to our citizens. Preventing that would probably be a little bit more beneficial, but instead, I guess we're just going to throw money at the problem and then just run the humans through like chattel. So I'm glad we do have a program like this. I'm still concerned that we have that we could have potentially dangerous individuals that are, you know, it's incentivized to find, because ultimately it seems like anybody who is doing some of these crimes you can find and say, well, they're mentally ill, so then they have to go through this psych eval, go back through the halfway house, and then we just have this thing where we're taking the criminals and we're cycling them back out into society with what even with this program feels like very little limited oversight. So it would be nice if we were doing a little bit better diligence on the programs and then getting more to the root cause of what's going on that's causing these issues. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every time I read here the word behavioral, it makes me draw my attention back to the Behavioral Health Administration. And so my question to the bill sponsors here is, has there been any coordination with the BHA on this part of the bill?
Is there any further conversation? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 229 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 229 as amended is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 230.
Senate Bill 230 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Bockenfeld, concerning state assistance to counties affected by the 23rd Judicial District and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
We're going to take a very, very brief recess.
Check, check, check. Committee will come back to order. Question before us is Senate Bill 230.
No, we already did. We just moved it, so they need to talk.
All right. Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 23-230.
So moved. Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Senate Bill 230 is in regards to the 23rd Judicial District. If you remember, we had the 18th Judicial District, which became substantially large. This legislative body ran a bill to split up the district into the 18th and to the 23rd. It impacted 4 counties. That'd be Arapahoe County, Douglas County, Elbert County, and Lincoln County. When we ran our bill to split up the 18th Judicial District, the bill had some consideration in place that there would be some cost absorbed by the counties in order to do that. The counties have come up with their cost. We've been working with them over the past year. We've gotten that cost substantially reduced. We have now have the cost broken down as follows. For the fiscal year 23-24, we're allocating $668,600, and that is some of the hard costs that they've already realized up front with consultants and that type of thing. There's some additional costs that is going to have to be covered in fiscal year 24-25, and that's where you see the $4 million. The counties are working through that cost at this time, so hopefully next year when we reevaluate what the county's impacts were from the splitting up of this district, we will get a better figure on what's going to be necessary to claim next year to reimburse the counties for. So based on what I just explained, I would ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, though there are potential costs reflected in the out year, the Joint Budget Committee made the decision to only appropriate for the current fiscal year and to reevaluate based on the work that is done in this coming fiscal year to ensure we appropriate the correct amount next year. So we just wanted to take it 1 year at a time.
The question before us is Senate Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if it was my understanding that the counties wanted this judicial district to be split into 2 because they were overworked, they had too much of a burden, they wanted these 2 judicial districts. What I don't understand is that judicial districts are normally paid for by the counties. That is a normal cost associated. And so why is the state stepping in and covering these costs, especially, I mean, consulting, contracting fees, when by contracting fees, are those building contracting fees in terms of creating new buildings and spaces, or is that another way of saying a consultant kind of fee? I'm just trying to understand why the state has this burden and why the particular counties who wanted this to be divided aren't covering these particular costs.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These are to cover transition costs, so it's not to be covering ongoing work of the new judicial districts, but I think some transition costs and costs related to sick leave payouts and IT, and I think some things that they didn't factor in that had to be duplicated in the breakup of the one and the creation of the other.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I'd add a bit of history here just because the stage for this bill was set when various members now with us had not been elected. In 2020, there was a bipartisan bicameral bill that I worked on with then Rep. Van Winkle from Douglas County, Senator Fields, Senator Gardner, to effect the separation that we're talking about, to make it that Arapahoe would remain the 18th going forward, Douglas, Elbert, Lincoln would be the new 23rd. We have not made a new judicial district in the state in 60-some years. So we're sort of figuring this out, not for the first time literally, but at least for the first time in the modern era. Back when, it was arguably easier. Files were kept on paper. You could move boxes and file cabinets around, and that might be that. the bill passed in 2020 not to take effect until 25, because there needs to be this much lead time to effect a system separation. Judicial doesn't have, 1 or 2 or 3 different IT systems. They have 25 or 30 that weren't necessarily programmed with this kind of flexibility in mind. It is correct that the administration of justice is essentially a joint effort between the judicial district funded by the state and the counties that make it up. And on an ongoing basis, it will continue to be the case. Arapahoe County will contribute to the 18th, and the other 3 counties will contribute to the 23rd. But this is a one-time thing. This was a state policy choice, again, made in a bipartisan, bicameral way, with 2/3 margins in both chambers, I should note, because that's what the Constitution requires. We committed when we ran this bill back in 2020 that because this is a state policy choice for the reasons that have been noted and other reasons, that we, the legislature, would not put the underlying counties on the hook for costs that were one-time and transitionary in nature. Going forward, counties that make up judicial districts will certainly continue to pay for what they pay for now, but what we're talking about are costs of a one-time nature, sort of changing HR systems, reassigning personnel. There may be some sort of professional, I guess you might broadly call it management consulting sorts of work in the very short term, as has been noted, to work this separation. What everybody needs and desires and deserves is that, when we really come to the crux of the transition period, which is late 24, you have 2 different judicial district, DA elections now in 2 districts, not 1, and then 2 different elected officials are going to raise their hand and take the oath to be each of the 2 new DAs in January of 25. By that time, we need all of the systems work, HR systems, IT systems, payroll, everything else that makes modern government or modern anything else go. We need that to be ready. So the final switches are thrown. There is seamless continuity in the handling of civil cases, the handling of criminal cases, probation services, everything else that happens at the judicial district level. So that's what we're talking about here. It is intended to be time limited in nature and to keep to a commitment that we, the legislature, made to the counties that we're talking about. Hope that helps.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, that helps. In line with that, if we're committed already based off of prior policy to pay for these transitionary costs, are we also committed to pay for any building structures that are necessary, or are there building structures that are necessary? Are we going to continue to see a request from these counties year over year? And then along those lines, I understand IT transition costs, consulting, contracting fees, consistent with what you're saying. I do have questions still as to why we're paying annual and sick leave payouts, or we're contemplating paying them in the next fiscal year. That doesn't seem consistent with a transitory type of a cost.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you can see in Table 2 in the fiscal note, what we're paying out this year was the consulting fees of $193,600, and of course the contracting fees for $475, which were consultants on, given the various counties' directions on how to split up the various districts. That is the hard cost that's making up the $668,600 in this cycle. As Representative Schroeder said, you have it's not appropriated at this time, but there is an expectation of the next budget cycle to have some more defined numbers. And as you saw, and to answer your question, Representative Luck, about the annual sick leave payouts, each district attorney's office is paid for by the various counties. So when you take a district or large judicial district and you split them up, some of those district attorneys will go to the new district, which is District 23. Some will remain in the 18th. Those who will go into the new district, it's a separate entity now, paid for by a separate county government. So you have to pay out the sick leave and the annual payouts that are necessary when they leave one government entity and go to another. So it is a separate government entity funded through two different mechanisms. So that's why there is an expectation that up to possibly $2 million will need to be available next year once we know what the hard number was, who stayed with the 18th, who moved to the 23rd, and the other one is there's an IT transition cost. Again, that's a very soft cost, another $2 million. That's our hope through this next year, that we can better define what the true cost was in splitting up this IT system and appropriating it. I hate to use that word, people think money here. Applying it to one judicial district and what percentage of that was actually absorbed by the other. Again, having that hard cost gives us the ability to come back in next year and up to $4 million, reimburse the counties for their hopefully hard cost at that time.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So presumably, though, these individuals have already paid into the annual and sick leave pools, right? I mean, normally as you're getting paid on your paycheck, you have deductions that are made for sick leave or for your annual leave time. And so those dollars, should they not be connected to those individuals so much so that that county, so you've been paying into County A's sick leave pool of money, and so when you move and now you're being paid for by counties B, C, and D, you end up, that money comes and is just transitioned over. Why should County A get to keep those dollars that particular individual is paid in? And then again, my question I'm restating as to, are we going to be on the hook for any capital improvements or any physical structures that will need to be built as part of this transition, or is all of that, like courthouses and things, are they already in existence?
Representative Wachenfeld.
Thank you, Representative Luck. That's a good question, and the answer to that question is that these are operational and financial components of the county governments. They have decided that this is the best way for their counties to be able to accomplish what they needed to be accomplished. I don't like to get up here and make assumptions, but there were contractors that were hired in regards to how these districts get split up, and of those contractors, I'm sure they had legal and all kinds of different aspects that had to be reviewed and drawn up. And again, this is a county operational issue. It's not a statewide issue. What we need to do is consider the cost that the counties had to absorb, and that would have been between Arapahoe and Douglas, Elbert and Lincoln.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really trying to understand, Representative Wachenfeld, that answer, because my colleague is correct, from my humble estimation, is if the county where this judicial district took place before collected this money on behalf of employees that are now moving into a new district, they should have those funds, both from an employer standpoint and an employee standpoint, and as a part of the transition, that should flow over to the new entity. The county before should not have the right to keep those dollars and ask the state to, in fact, step in and take state dollars for that particular purpose. That just doesn't work, from my humble estimation.
Representative Weissman.
I wanted to start by speaking to the sort of the physical structure aspect of the question from the representative from Penrose. We're not on the hook for that any more than we decide to be with things like the court security fund. You know, we had an amendment on that on the budget yesterday. The way that works is, you know, each county is on the hook for physical space. You know, it's large and growing in Arapahoe. It's not quite as large and growing even faster in Douglas, and obviously Elbert and Lincoln are smaller areas. You know, there was a provision for prospectively adding another judgeship wrapped into the original bill in 2020, because we all know how quickly Douglas County is growing, and there's a certain kind of workload where I don't know the best way to articulate it concisely, but we need to have enough judges in a district to handle the volumes. Civil, criminal, everything. Obviously, some cases are very complicated, some go more quickly. At any rate, we, the state, are sort of in charge of the judges, and we have to create those positions in statute, and then there's the whole process for nomination and so forth. That is in hand for the transition, the 18th and the 23rd. As to the buildings, it has been and continues to be the responsibility of each county in the current footprint of the 18th and in the soon-to-be new footprint of the 18th and the 23rd to have enough space. So, I don't know what those conversations are, say, in Douglas County and Arapahoe County in particular, but that remains their responsibility. And then if and when we choose to come in and make policy changes about remote access or make policy changes about certain other things, and then, we fund those. But part of the transition is not, we're on the hook to build a whole new big building in Centennial or Castle Rock or something. So I hope that speaks to that part of it.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate those answers, so I'm just going to switch up a little bit here because per the title, concerning the assistance to counties affected by the 23rd Judicial District, it's about creating a judicial district into transitioning some of the 18th Judicial District into it, but it seems to be focused on the DA only, or at least primarily. So how are you going to assume that the new DA's office will be in the 23rd Judicial District, as our DA offices range from just a few attorneys and staff to dozens of prosecutors and large staff. So how is this going to be balanced between the district attorneys to make sure it's equitable, since it seems to be more on the DA side than well, I shouldn't say more on, but that seems to be a very big focus on the district attorney side, not just on the creation of the judicial district.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you. Not 100% sure I tracked the question, but when we talk about the footprint of a judicial district, so back up. Right now we have 22. We've had 22 basically since the 1960s. Judicial districts are comprised of one or more whole counties. We never split a county line in a judicial district. That boundary really means two things. It means an organizational or administrative unit of the judicial branch of government. Civil cases, criminal cases, probation supervision, if that's the result or the sentence in a criminal case. So when we make Arapahoe the 18th and the other three counties the 23rd, what we mean is one organizational unit for the administration of civil and criminal justice will become two. You'll have two chief judges instead of one. You'll have two chief probation officers instead of one. Personnel are being reassigned. In other words, if you are a bailiff in the current 18th, are you going to be a bailiff in the new single county 18th, or are you going to go to the 23rd? That's part of the work of separation here. The other thing that we mean by that footprint is what is the geography or the jurisdiction that elects a DA. So rolling forward to the November 24 election, the voters of Arapahoe County will pick the DA for Arapahoe County. The voters of Douglas Elbert Lincoln will pick the DA for those three counties. The jurisdiction then, if you will, of the new DA for the 18th will be thereafter limited to Arapahoe County. And the jurisdiction of the DA for the new 23rd will be limited to those three counties. The DA, right now, the same DA can file criminal cases in Arapahoe and the other three counties. Going forward, Arapahoe's jurisdiction is only that, and conversely with the other three counties. That's as to the elected DA. And then you have the question of the other personnel. What about the deputy DA, the assistant DA, all of the other staff? Again, that's part of the separation. Those are administrative folks who don't have the same constitutional requirements, that the elected DA does. And again, they're being reassigned in the name of continuity so that there's enough of everyone, enough DDAs and ADAs and support staff in both of the two districts. So when we talk about the separation, we're very much talking about effecting a separation in the DA's offices and also in judicial branch operations. I hope that makes sense.
Representative Buckenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Graff, the operational components of how the districts were split up and stuff were handled by the consultants that were hired by the counties. And we left that operational component on how exactly to divide up those districts and how to allocate, I'm assuming on past workload. That's where the contracting fees are here for $475,000. In the fiscal note was the consultants to try to create a smooth transition with the breakup of these this judicial district. And so we weren't privy necessarily to the operational components of how they are administering, but we know that they had professional consultants. We paid for them, and they're following that plan, and they have come together. The 4 counties have come together with an acceptable plan, and we are carefully evaluating the transitional expenses to make sure that they fit within our guidelines of what we would consider efficient expenses that are accounted for, and that's the liability the state in the long run is going to have.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So am I to understand then this is the full list of costs that this will take on? So in this bill, it lays out in 2023, 2024 fiscal year that the state would be paying consulting and contractor fees. In 24 and 25, they would pay for sick leave payouts and IT. Is this the full list? The counties aren't going to come back next year and say, actually, we want you to also pay for A, B, and C. They may give us better numbers because right now they're just ballpark figures, but are they going to be adding items to the list of things they want us to reimburse?
Representative Buckenfeld.
All this fiscal note does is that this is an estimate of what we can go up to next year potentially to make sure that the transitional cost is covered. And if the counties had additional cost over and above this, I'm sure they would be coming back down here for another bill to justify that additional cost, or they would be coming back to the JBC for a JBC bill because they were able to establish there was additional costs. But at this time, and this is probably a very rough estimate, that there's not anticipation of this cost exceeding $4 million. That's why it's up to $4 million. It's not appropriated yet. It's to be evaluated, and we will be making those decisions on hopefully some better numbers and more hard cost of actually what had taken place through the past year to fall within that. I hope that answers your question.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It does answer my question. I do know that a colleague of mine is at the amendments desk asking for amendment as a result of the conversation around annual and sick leave. And so I would, I guess I'll give it over to my colleague over here unless that amendment has been drafted.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little confused as to why $2 million is the expected and $4 million is the allowable. In engineering, that sort of factor of safety is pretty extreme. That's it's a 100% factor of safety. So it seems, especially since the tendency of government is to spend everything. There are two things that are never satisfied, give and give, and so I guess that would be the Senate and the House. So with that $700,000 that my colleague mentioned, the counties are going to be reimbursed to handle this. So what standards are in place for the RFPs or the request for proposal, and what other what safeguards do we have that the state in passing this money to the counties is going to be getting its money's worth? I mean, what are the quality control methods that are there? So it just seems, because $700,000, maybe it's not, just seems like a pretty significant amount of money. I mean, $750,000 almost to put together, to create a plan. It's not even doing the actual separation, but it's to put together a plan to create a 23rd district when we already have districts, and we should be able to, I'd say, plagiarism is the key to standardization in this case, so that we should be able to look at their stuff, overlay it, and make that happen by, mostly taking the documents, taking the procedures, bringing it over, changing the name, maybe updating some addresses, but it just seems like $700,000 is a lot. So I'm just curious what sort of since we're going to be reimbursing that money, it seems like we're leaving that on the without really knowing what we're getting. We're just saying, hey, we'll spend $700,000, and again, I guess at this point, we don't see $700,000 as a real amount of money, since it just barely shows up in the decimals of what we're throwing around. But if we were to pretend that we're concerned with our fiscal outlays, what sort of mechanisms are in place to ensure that our money is being spent wisely and not just padding the pockets of contractors?
Representative Buckenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The way this process works is the county governments have come back to the Joint Budget Committee staff, and as you can see there in the fiscal note, the Joint Budget Committee staff was one of the sources that was reviewed in order to develop this particular fiscal note. And so where the due diligence comes in, which is a good question, the due diligence is actually done by our Joint Budget Committee staff, and then they come back and they make a proposal to the Joint Budget Committee. And we ask them questions, which we did, about this particular cost. That's why you see it broken down here, 193, let's say rounded out, 194,000 for consultant fees. They were apparently able to demonstrate with their contracts, with their receipts, that was their cost. And you also see the cost here for contracting fees of $475,000. That was the consultants that helped put together the operational plan. So what you see here in the $668,600 is hard cost that's been evaluated by the Joint Budget Committee staff, reviewed with the Joint Budget Committee, and approved as being a hard transitional cost. Now, there were other costs that were a little softer because they haven't been absorbed yet. That's why those amounts were pushed off to fiscal year 24-25 for more evaluation. $2 million of that is for annual sick leave and payouts. The other $2 million is IT transition, because you're dividing up the systems that they used in the 18th Judicial District for it now to the judicial districts to function off of two different systems. There is some hard cost associated with that. We don't know what that is yet. That's why we pushed off the other $4 million to future years for them to come in and go through the same process that they did for fiscal year 23-24 and establish what their true hard cost was, or what their true hard cost looks like it's going to be in order to complete the transition.
And I'm going to take one moment real quick just to clarify a point of order for those members participating virtually. Unless it's your bill, you're not able to participate during seconds. So just clarifying that out. Any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm, again, just rising in support of my colleagues who are wanting to put forth an amendment. I'm hopeful that they will have that here soon. I don't know if it's best to just ask kindly for a recess or just to fill the air a little bit with...
Representative Buckenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing that I can do to maybe clear this up a little bit. You have to understand that district attorneys in this particular case are not employees of the counties. The counties only fund the district attorney's office, which is a separate entity. And so some of the questions are coming back. Why doesn't the county just transfer this, transfer that? Again, apparently through the consultants on how to divide up the staffing levels and everything operationally in order to make this happen, these recommendations came down that the annual sick leave and payouts should be handled in a certain manner. Why that decision was made is not one that we were involved in from an operational standpoint at the state level. That was between the counties and the consultants and the various county attorneys who were, and finance people at the various counties who were involved in the funding of this 18th Judicial District.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 230 down one bill, please.
Laying over Senate Bill 230, one bill. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 23-231.
Senate Bill 231 by Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, also Representatives Sirota and Bockenfeld, concerning the ability of the Division of Labor Standards and Statistics in the Department of Labor and Employment to disperse money in the Wage Theft Enforcement Fund to employees after an employer fails to make payment determined to be owed to the employees and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 231.
It's a proper motion to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill makes a small amendment to the Wage Theft Enforcement Fund to make it an allowable use of the monies to, in the fund to pay employees who are owed money by their employers. There are instances when it can take a long time for these wages to be recovered. So in the meantime, the fund can pay out to these employees who are owed wages, and the division will continue to pursue payment from the employer, and then any monies that are recovered by the division from the employer will just get credited to the fund. Ask for your aye vote.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Yes, and I also ask for your aye vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was some questions that came up in committee on this one, and they seem to be answered in committee, but it was so fast, I'd like a little bit bigger answer on this. So the first part of the description of this talks about where these minimum wage funds normally come from, and then there's a $12,000 use, I guess, for some kind of administration stuff. But if these things are already being paid out, and I think this is like a stopgap from the time that they should be paid out till when they are paid out. We're allowing that to be pushed across. It seems a little confusing as to where those monies are going, why that doesn't already cover that, and why we need $12,400. I know that's not a lot of money, but it's got to be going somewhere. So, and it's 0.2 FTEs involved in this, and so somewhere there has to be that transition of those monies. Why aren't those already doing that if that's the job, and why do we need to accomplish this if that's theoretically already what's being happened by these agencies?
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The $12,000 in the appropriation is to provide, as was noted, 0.2 FTE, to provide a little more support to actually process these claims and to keep track of receipts. What the bill is doing, though, there is already a fund in existence that pays out to employees who are owed money, but it's money that had already been recovered. So what this is doing is just making it an allowable use to pay employees who are owed funds, but that funding has not yet been recovered. So simple change.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is kind of a three-part question, and you might not be able to answer, but you might be able to point me in the direction. Kind of, first of all, how many claims are made within any year? Second of all, what's the success rate of recovering that money? And I guess the last question would be is what does it cost us as a state to go after these employers that don't pay. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am rising in support. I have perhaps some answers, but I'm delighted with this appropriation because this is a huge problem in our state. It's a $1 billion problem with $1 million of wages owed and a huge burden on the Department of Labor and Employment to process these. And in many cases, they are unpaid, yet the workers are due their past wages. And so this is all to streamline that process and get money to folks who have done the work and deserve to be paid.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to tail in on what Rep. Winter asked. We're just trying to figure out, is there a ballpark figure of how many claims there were last year and the success rate of paying these employees along with getting paid by the employers? If an employer isn't willing to pay, do we garnish their tax returns? How are we collecting the money back from the employer? And then is it first come, first serve, or is there limitless money for these claims? I think those are the statistics that we were kind of wanting answers to. I mean, we appreciate the bill, but what are the answers to the questions that we're asking? Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I don't know all the answers, but I do know that in the process of our wage theft legislation and attempting to redress this situation, there are entities that do not pay, who disappear, and who we're unable to collect from. There are entities that eventually pay, and there is everything in between. And so this is trying to address some of those time lags and address heftier enforcement, which they just didn't have the people power to do previously. So the latest iteration of wage theft legislation tried to put in more enforcement, and this appropriation helps with that.
Representative Bradley. Or Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't think we have those numbers for you today. All we do have is that the workload has increased, and there was a request by the Department of Labor. And some of us who have been around for a few years do realize that this had become a real problem. We've had a lot of folks who were working and putting in a good solid week's work, and they weren't getting their paycheck for whatever reason from their employers. Sometimes there were unscrupulous employers who were working people and then not paying them. That created a huge human resource issue for us from the state government standpoint. And so we did pass some wage theft laws in order to get this issue more under control. And part of this fund, what it's utilized for, is that if you have a family who's in need and they put in a good solid week's work and they're owed some pay for whatever reason, and the Colorado Department of Labor evaluates that case, and they feel that that's a case that they can win or have a high probability of winning, they take some of this revenue to keep the family going so they're not on our human services list, and try to keep them going because it takes up to 6 months for apparently to get an employer in, have a hearing, get a judgment, and move forward with collecting this money back. So basically the state is front loading the needs after they evaluate the case, and they try to collect it back through the normal civil procedure process.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that does answer my question, because if they're having to wait 6 months to get their wages back, what is the help before that, and how are we helping these people that deserve to be paid? So my next question that wasn't answered, how does the state get the money back? Once you give that money to the employees, you're now going after the employer. So how is the state getting the money back? Are we garnishing their tax returns? How are we doing that? Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
We're using the civil recourse process that we have in our state law.
Any further? Representative Bottoms.
Okay, so again, I'm getting clearer about this, but are we saying right now that that this temporary relief that this bill appears to be giving to these people that deserve the wages, and which, by the way, I think everybody on both sides are in agreement. This is an important thing. Okay, this is good, it's an important thing, but we're trying to figure out how the money works, how these agencies work in the process. These agencies that already do unemployment wages, are they not able right now to give this temporary relief up front and this bill accomplishes this? Or, and the reason I'm asking is because sometimes we put bills forward that are accomplishing something that's already being done, we're just putting a little more money to it. Can that already happen right now? Can't these agencies give a little temporary relief beforehand, or does this bill accomplish something that is not possible right now under these minimum wage funds that are already being given towards people?
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unemployment and wage theft issues are handled by the Colorado Department of Labor. And this bill is their recommendation on what they need to do to be able to create it. So I personally don't understand the internal workings of why the Colorado Department of Labor, perhaps it's because they feel they can collect this back after evaluating the case of why they handle it. I can only speculate, but there is a feeling as to why, or they have a reason as to why this process should be used outside of the unemployment process and why it would be more effectively handling it this way. And like I said, an offset to this is going to be human services in another area of the state if these folks don't have the money to be able to remain sustainable until they can move into a new position.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 231? Seeing none, the question before us is a passage of Senate Bill 231. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 231 passes. Senate Bill 230. Mr. Shebo, please read the title.
Senate Bill 230 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Bockenfeld, concerning state assistance to counties affected by the 23rd Judicial District and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 230? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to move Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 23-230 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is moved and properly displayed. Representative Taggart.
This is a very simple amendment that just changes a few lines in this particular bill just to be accurate from an accounting standpoint, and that is to say that benefit costs should be accrued by the former district, and those accruals for benefits, which would be the sick leave and vacation time in particular, would flow over to the new judicial district, and the state should not have to reimburse those particular dollars. So I would ask for an aye on this. It's a very simple amendment, and it's the proper accounting when transitions of this nature take place.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I think in this bill, we are not getting into the business of how the new judicial district is getting set up and the 18th is remaining. We are not getting into the nitty-gritty of that. That work has been done. That has been worked out and negotiated between counties. We are setting up a set amount of money set aside to be able to reimburse counties for some of the costs that are incurred in this transition process. And I don't think it is responsible to tie the hands of the counties now and to get into the business of their accounting and accrual process.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you. I'm also going to ask for a no vote on this amendment with a little bit more of a sort of a process reason for why. As we noted before the bill was laid over, this is a somewhat unique thing, what we're doing, making a new judicial district for the first time in 60 years. As a result, it has been very deliberate, it has been very intentional. The process has literally been going on for years. I first started talking to the DA's council about this in late 2018. Some early meetings about a bill happened in 19, the bill happened in 20. Conversations have been going on involving the Judicial Department, involving the counties impacted, literally for years. This bill, which is the result of careful engagement by the counties, by both members and nonpartisan staff of the Joint Budget Committee about what is the right measure of support as we, the legislature, committed to the counties impacted. Those conversations have been going on for years. I think it is quite inappropriate for us to come in here with a second reading amendment. Respectfully, nothing is as simple as it seems in this place. I certainly learned that lesson myself on a weekly basis, and I've been here for 6.5 years already. I think this is inappropriate to do this at this point. We still have another year and a half of process to go. I think if any members from anywhere in the state want to engage with JBC members, want to engage with JBC nonpartisan staff, want to engage with the counties, principally Douglas and Arapahoe as the two big ones of the four in the district, I think that is absolutely fair game. And maybe there's an opportunity to be part of shaping what the rest of the transition looks like. We all have that prerogative. We're all elected. But respectfully, this is not the way to do this. Not right now, not this late in the game, not without consulting anybody who's been literally involved for years. I appreciate that our colleague from Mesa County, is coming likely, sir, probably coming from a perspective of what makes sense in spaces that you are deeply familiar with, namely business spaces. I am familiar with this space in a legislative space, and I'm here to say that we should not make this change this way at this point. I do respectfully ask for a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I respect and appreciate my colleague and his opinion, but I don't agree with respect to process. This is why we're here. This is why we present the long bill. We present the adjustments to the long bill. These bills come. This is why we're here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the smartest members of my caucus, who I greatly respect, I've only known for 3.5 months, but man, does he understand things. So, with respect to the process, why wouldn't we listen to an intelligent, learned, astute, thoughtful person that says, I think something needs to be done differently? This is the process. Now, I know in the past we just would run through this and roll this thing through here like a bowling ball on a Saturday night. But ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about tens of billions of dollars, and every one of us have the responsibility to underwrite the state budget in every line and category. You cannot deny that of any of us, in my humble opinion. So when these good amendments come up on second reading, and you, ladies and gentlemen of this chamber, you have heard me say this before. Discovery in legislation can happen at any time. In the JBC, across the street, when they're meeting, and none of us in many cases are in those committee meetings because we're busy doing a lot of other things. And then they bring that to the floor, and we all have a chance to look at it. We all have a chance to analyze it, ask questions about it. And yes, it's a hard job to be on JBC. I commend these members. But if somebody comes up with a good idea, I am growing weary and tired of those in this institution.
Representative Holtorf, let's be very careful, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your leadership. When a good idea does come forth and it's discussed and deliberated, we need to stop saying no, that that's just not how we do things around here. We've never done it that way. We roll the bowling ball and we knock the pins down at the end of the lane, and that's it. What in the world are you doing getting in the middle of the lane?
Representative Holtorf, let's not impugn the process or the intentions and the involvement of members in the process and whether we're just bowling things through. So please stick to the amendment and debate the merits of this amendment. Let's not impugn the motives of
Thank
others.
you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm not a very good bowler anyway, so I'm going to quit using that analogy. Let's talk about this. This is a good, thoughtful amendment that remedies a concern, that actually brings and corrects an identified issue. Because no, that particular judicial district shouldn't get to keep that money in the creation of this new judicial district. And I believe that's what this amendment does. Now I'm going to turn this back over to the amendment sponsor so he can explain exactly what he's trying to do. But let's open up our minds and our eyes to some flexibility and agility in this process that we call legislating the long bill. We really need to change the way we think. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things I want to point out. The legislature is a policy-making body for the state government. County governments are a subdivision of the state government. In many respects, they're called the operating arm of the state government. They are the ones who take our policies and they implement them on the local level. And that's why county governments are involved in the operations of how to handle issues such as this. In this particular case, the 4 counties came back and they knew there was going to be some transition cost, and they asked for it to be taken in consideration when this policy-making body passed the legislation to divide up this judicial district. But I think what's most importantly, what this bill does here, and is very important to understand, this bill only appropriates $668,600 to the counties involved in this split up of this judicial district. They're hard costs that have been identified, and you'll see it in the fiscal note under fiscal year 23-24 of consulting fees and contract fees. The only thing that $4 million is there is basically a footnote. It's not appropriated. It's something that will be dealt with next year. And in order for members to understand why there was a footnote, I'm going to call it, for next year, was because we didn't identify the hard costs yet, and they fell into the categories of annual sick leave payouts and IT transition. So what this amendment is trying to do is it doesn't directly relate to the appropriation this year for the split up of this district. It only relates to what may happen next year. And it's a footnote in this bill. It's not an appropriation. So keep that in mind. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really not trying to be a nitpicker, and I'm very respectful of the time that the JBC has done this, and I also understand it doesn't necessarily have an impact on this year. But that the statement that this bill does not get into the business is an incorrect statement. Anytime you make the statement related to costs, you have gotten into the business. You are no longer just in a judicial situation, you are involved in the business. And while I respect it doesn't affect 23-24, it sets the foundation for 24-25. And I don't know if we have any CPAs in here, but if there was a CPA in here, that person would back me up to say, this is not a cost that the state should bear. These are expenses that have been accrued, and the accrual dollars should move over to the new district. So I really don't I can't say any more that I very much respect the number of years that you're working on this, but you put phrases in here that have to do with business transactions, and they need to be accurate. And quite honestly, my amendment at this point isn't totally accurate as well, so they're making a couple of adjustments. But so there will be a substitute amendment. But again, I would ask for an aye. Let's just be accurate. It's not insulting to all the judicial work. It's just to get the business side correct. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
I'd like to second that comment by my colleague. I agree that maybe the amendment is not entirely appropriate, but I think it's not appropriate to say it's not appropriate in this process when otherwise why is it brought to the body at this point? This is where we should learn about these bills. This is where we have the discussion. We have it in a parliamentarian fashion so that we can all learn about this together, potentially, instead of the JBC briefing us all individually, rather than, so there is an efficiency here, but it shouldn't be just, no, you can't have that amendment, and we shouldn't have to be rushed through. So I do have another question while we're waiting. I'm anxious to see that, but presumably how this worked is, so this is a question for the JBC, the judicial, or from colleagues that have worked on this in the past. That has been very insightful, and I appreciate sharing that information. So presumably this combined district, which is now going to be split into two, the 18th and the 23rd, if I'm getting the numbers right. So the 18th has grown significantly, and that makes sense. Those are rapidly growing population centers. And so it has grown to a cost. So I'm curious, like, what the normal cost of a judicial district is, just to help me get my mind around it. Like, what's their caseload? What is their caseload now? Because I would assume that you're probably at least at, you're at probably like 200% of the cost of normal and 200% of the caseload, or roughly to it, or projecting to it. So I'm just curious what those numbers are. So, because assuming that the 18th has grown, and now its caseload is going to decrease, its operating costs are going to decrease, and then those operating costs and that caseload is going to slide over to the 23rd. So I would anticipate that the 18th is not going to maintain its current size, but it will instead, shrink down to a normal judicial cost. So I'm curious, what are the operating costs right now of the 18th? And what do we expect them to go to reduce to, and how does that compare to previous? So I don't know if it looks like JBC is involved in negotiations. So if any other colleagues have that historical information, I would appreciate that.
Representative DeGraff, that's more to the bill. This amendment, L001, is more about benefits costs that were accrued by the 18th being transferred or transitioned from 18th to 23rd. So we're on L001 right now. Let's keep the discussion and the questions to this specific amendment.
On L001. I thought we were talking because we were modifying it. So no, we will. I thought there was going to be a substitute amendment, so I was trying to sneak in my question to make proper use of the time. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the additional time. At this point, I move a substitute amendment L003 to SB 230 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and L003 is displayed. Representative Taggart, to the substitute amendment.
This, I think, makes things very much simpler because now letter B is strictly the expenses the state will reimburse, and it takes out any discussion about sick leave or any other benefits whatsoever. It's just very specific to what we will reimburse. And I think it's even simpler to read than my last one. And I ask for an aye.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on the substitute amendment as well. As we have worked with the counties to try and address their challenges with this transition, we included costs related to annual and sick leave payouts as part of this reimbursement program. So I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. If you don't want to support this, you can always vote no on the bill. I'm going to ask for a yes vote on the bill too, but I would ask for a no vote on the amendment to leave these costs in.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise in support of this amendment. We've heard that there may be other costs that are brought to us by the counties that we can, in future bills, when we are appropriating funds, we can deal with these questions. So I think that there's still a lot of discussion that needs to be had around this. We should not allow other government entities or anyone to double dip. We shouldn't allow them to collect money in connection with annual and sick leave, have that in their coffers, and then move those employees to another entity and keep those dollars. That's my understanding of what's going on here. And so if that's not the case, then let's clear that up. But if that is the case, then we should not be backfilling what has already been paid into. That pot, if it's already been paid into, should just transfer with the particular employee. And if we're not sure about that, then I don't see the harm in striking this, because we're not appropriating money for it this year. And then the next bill, when there is appropriations for these dollars, then add that line back in.
Is there any further discussion on substitute? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the amendment here, all I would like to bring out is, impacting in Douglas County, which is part of where I represent, when this whole agreement to create the 23rd and break out that from the 18th, and the personnel and the issues has been a long and complicated process. And there were a lot of folks that were involved in it at the county level, the state level. There were agreements made back in that the state here, the assembly, agreed to in the way of payments. I wish I could answer my colleague's question about the actual caseload. I've put in some requests for the actual numbers. I do not have that. But from a historical perspective, I think anecdotally, we understand that Arapahoe County and Douglas County, and even for that matter, Elbert County, have grown exponentially. I mean, Douglas County now is at 360 some odd thousand. I don't know what Arapahoe is at. Elbert is over 30,000. And when the 18th was originally set up, it was a fraction of that. And the amendment and the personnel that are required for this, and this division, the various entities have worked through this to come to an agreement of how it's being done. I'm not sure that everyone is aware of all of these factors, and I wish I had more of the actual nuts and bolts of the actual numbers of caseloads, the actual number of personnel, and the numbers that go with them. But I offer this information as for consideration and knowledge to the people that are asking very legitimate questions on this. But I wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that there were some agreements that were made ahead of time by both the assembly and the county officials that were involved in this. And so I just offer that up for everybody's consideration. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think maybe it might be more clear to define how sick leave works. Sick leave is a contractual agreement between the employees and the employer, and they accumulate so much time as sick leave when they work. And they have the opportunity to take advantage of that. Sometimes it's capped and they can pay it, it gets paid out. But once they leave employment and they've accumulated sick leave, that has to be reimbursed to the employee, because that was a benefit that was allowed to them. So it's not like the employee is making a contribution to build up sick leave time and that the state is giving them, or the county is giving them their money back. It's that they accumulated this time, never took advantage of it. It's owed to them by the county government, and when they leave their employment, they're writing them a check to fulfill the contractual agreement between the county government and the employee. Again, this does not have anything directly to do with this bill. This bill is about appropriating hard cost for this year and to leave negotiations open for next year to evaluate any further hard cost. And this is only something that the county governments have provided us as a heads up of what potentially categories those hard costs could fall into, and what their expectation of what they may be coming back and asking for. Again, it's an employee who left their employment and they're getting reimbursed for their accumulated sick leave that was a contractual arrangement.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I do appreciate the engagement on this and the answer, I struggle to agree because the bill says it defines eligible expenses. And one of the eligible expenses that it defines is for the 24-25 state fiscal year, costs related to annual and sick leave payouts. So that is a hard cost that's identified in this bill. And then in Section 2, it says, from money appropriated by the General Assembly, the State Court Administrator's Office shall reimburse counties for eligible expenses. And so we are, in essence, binding future legislatures to at least be considering adding in these costs for appropriation in the next fiscal year. So it is a hard cost that is being discussed in this bill right now. And the question is that a fair thing to be paying? Is it a fair thing to be paying? Even if we're not presently putting any dollars in that line, we are creating the line item through this bill. Should we be creating a line item when we recognize that these employees have given into a pool of money, and that pool of money should just transfer over to their next district, not stay in a district where they're no longer present?
Is there any further discussion on substitute amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no? L003 is lost. Back to L001. Any further discussion on L001? Seeing none, the question before us is amendment L001. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no? L001 is lost. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 230? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 230. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 230 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 23-241.
Senate Bill 241 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Balkenfeld, concerning the creation of the Office of School Safety and in connection therewith, requiring the Director of the Office of School Safety to appoint a grants manager, creating a crisis response unit within the Office of School Safety, specifying that the Office of School Safety has oversight over the School Safety Resource Center, specifying that the School Access for Emergency Response Grant Program is administered by the Office of School Safety, and making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, I move Senate Bill 241.
It's a good motion. Representative Byrd, to the bill.
Members,
Apologies. We also have an appropriations report.
okay, and I move the Appropriations Committee report.
Appropriations Committee report is moved. Is there any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is a passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? Ayes have it. It's adopted. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the bill, I'm so excited to join my colleague here, Representative Balkenfeld, in presenting to you the bill that will create the Office of School Safety. So, members, this bill transfers all existing school safety programs within the Department of Public Safety into a newly created Office of School Safety in the Executive Director's Office and provides new resources for the office. So, right now, our state currently has a patchwork of programs located in a variety of different departments through our state. So one of the really great parts of this bill is taking each of those programs and putting them under the direction of one department, which helps with communication and efficient allocation of resources. In addition to doing that, we're adding additional school safety resources. So getting back to what's being consolidated, the patchwork of programs include the School Resource Safety Center being moved under the auspices of this new department, a school safety working group, the School Access for Emergency Response Grant Program Cash Fund, and the Marijuana Tax Cash Fund for the School Safety Incident Response Grant Program, all being moved into the Department of Public Safety. The new school safety resources that will be included in the bill consist of the following components: an additional allocation to the School Security Disbursement Program, which, members, has been key to funding important capital construction in our schools to make them safer and keep our children safer, our staff and our teachers all safer while they're in our classrooms. This grant program has funded training in student threat assessments so that we can head off problems before they become an existential threat to our children and, again, people in our school buildings. There's funding for training for peace officers, our first responders who work to protect our kids, and also funding for school emergency response training, all that is so critically important. We're also creating a new crisis response unit. Also resourcing additional staffing for the School Safety Resource Center, which will boost the training resources that are available to schools and parents, and also improving our resources for threat assessment programs. I'm so proud of this. This program is long overdue. The resources are so greatly needed. As a parent, I know I am in full support of this. I know my constituents are as well, as I bet many others are as well. I hope you join me in supporting this bill.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to all of you for bringing this bill forward. I have 4 boys in public schools, and every day that they leave, I kiss them, I hug them, I tell them I love them, I smell them, and I remember what they're wearing because I'm scared to death they're not going to come home from school. And I think we can all agree, Republicans and Democrats, that our children have got to be safer in schools. So I just have a couple of questions. We have a program called SAFER, School Access for Emergency Response, which was a grant program administered by the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management in the Department of Public Safety. So this bill is creating a whole new Office of School Safety and moving SAFER under it. And like I said, this bill, for me, I believe is the most important one we've heard this session. And getting this one right, for me and the parents in Colorado, is absolutely critical. What assurances and parameters do we have that this will not only be funded properly, but managed effectively? We have about 180 school districts, and $25 million just doesn't seem like a lot. Is this a first-come, first-served basis? Again, we're about to spend $25 million this year, but it's not enough to just kind of throw money and say, make it effective and make it safe. As legislators, I think we need to seriously ensure that this money will be used in the best way possible for something as critical as this. And then I'm throwing a lot of questions. So the first one is what are the parameters and assurances that it will be funded properly and managed effectively? How do we get it to every school? And then the criteria for the director of the Office of School Safety, and what does the director do? Does he or she manage all 178 school districts? Does the grant manager have to help all of the school districts apply for the grant money? And again, is it first come, first served? Because for me as a mom of 4 children, that worries when she sees open schools and kids going in and out and the lack of mental health safety and all of those things. $25 million, this is our time to get it right and tell Colorado that we care about our kids and we care about them being safe at school. So thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for these good questions. And I share your concerns. And I think one of the best pieces of this is the fact that we're bringing all of these programs we're making it one group's responsibility, as opposed to right now where there is a diffuse array of programs dispersed throughout a variety of agencies. So no one individual or no one department really is taking ownership of of what is happening in this space. So I think, number one, that is one of the strongest tools we have, is to give agency and ownership to one specific group. I know that gives me much more comfort in knowing that this is going to be administered well, and I share your concerns. I still have 2 children who are in public schools, and every day I share the same concerns as you. We must make sure every child is safe and that they come home, maybe annoyed with school, but that might be the worst of it, right? We just want them home and we want them safe. As far as effective management and making sure that the funding is appropriate, the great piece about this is that you do have your members on JBC and also SMART Act committee hearings in terms of looking at the legislative role of managing this, holding our different agencies and departments accountable, making sure that they are delivering the services that the people of Colorado expect. I know I feel that charge placed upon me to do that work as somebody now on the Joint Budget Committee that has a vote in their funding. And ultimately, we do too in our committees, making sure we're holding agencies accountable. The other piece you had asked about is how the grants will be handled, and that will be more information I think I need to get to you. I can't imagine, though, that it's only on a first-come, first-served basis. We don't have many grants of this import that are managed that way. That's why we've got a grant manager. Typically, we have a program where there are criteria that we look at, and you have a grants manager that's working and looking at criteria to make sure that proposals meet certain priority requirements. This is similar to how the BEST grant program works. So it's my understanding and belief that these grants will be evaluated in a similar process where there will be objective criteria that are set out in the first place, and then as grant proposals are submitted, those proposals are evaluated based upon the criteria that are set forth in advance. And we have a manager there to help especially our smaller school districts that don't necessarily have staff, particularly in our rural school districts that might not have staff that can work to prepare all of the grants. So making sure we have supports for all of our schools to access this. And I will note, one of my questions when we were first presented with this hearing was whether this was going to be an effective way to handle this. Were our schools in support? And I received the answer a resounding yes, that the way this change in structure was being presented and the supports coming with it were something that was a welcome change and one that was very much supported by our school districts across the state.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. School safety is a local government issue, and this is not usurping that. All it does is creates a resource for local governments, and if there's a critical incident, it coordinates those resources, assuming regional and statewide, to support the local governments that are dealing with this particular issue. It also offers training for local governments who handle the day-to-day school safety issues. So just keep in mind, this is not supplanting your current programs. It's just creating resources to assist your current programs.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify one thing, and it may be in here. I may have missed it. But the school security, disbursement grants, and the SAFER programs, are they protected from administrative cost? Or if not, what is the allowable administrative cost on those funds?
Representative Byrd.
Sure, thank you. So I'm just looking at our fiscal note here, and you can see that we have an allocation of $460,000 to offer administrative services support.
Representative Wilson.
And I'm sorry, where's that money, where does it come out of? Does it come out of the grants is what I'm asking.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you. No, this is part of the appropriation, the full appropriation that we are crafting here. It's its own line item, administrative supports. So those are their own appropriations for their own grant programs. And we have a line item that is separate from the grant programs to offer administrative support.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Mobley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to move an amendment that is about putting more money into this program specifically targeted at youth violence prevention. So I would like to move L016 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. And it is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Mobley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the amendment adds $1 million to this fund, to this agency. Is it an agency?
It's an office in an agency.
Okay, to the office in the agency. And the money is specifically for prevention and intervention for youth violence. And it's targeted, they're small grants, they're anything up to $100,000, and they're rapid response grants so that the money can get out quickly when a need arises in a community.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. And members, this really comes from the conversation amongst community and community organizations, and that it takes all of us to be able to support public safety and the safety in our schools. We've heard from a lot of organizations that do work on the ground with our young people who work in partnership with schools and school districts, but who also need to be able to get dollars and get dollars quickly to do intervention work to prevent some of the issues that we've seen in schools. So whether it is working with young people who need that mental health support or working with young people who may have had touch points with other incidents, we know that sometimes the people who are best equipped to do that work are people who work at the schools, people who work with nonprofits on the ground. And right now, we have a structure that does not provide them as much money to be able to do this and creates a lot of barriers. And so that is why we propose this amendment and name who the money is supposed to go to and that it is rapid response. And that is a cue to the agency on the time it takes to get the money out through their procedures so that we can do that critical and timely prevention work. So we urge and I vote on this amendment.
Representative Mobley.
Thank you. I'm just going to add that Colorado is experiencing a rise in youth violence, and children are suffering as a result, and adults too. And at its core, violence interruption uses community engagement to stop lethal violence, and it prevents its spread by interrupting ongoing conflicts and developing community norms towards avoiding violence. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment adds resources and creates another support and help to protect our kids. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment also. This, trying to use the assets you have in your community, especially when you're trying to do it in advance of a situation, can be costly, and this brings finances into your community that can be used to address the situation before it happens. And I know in my community, the police department or the sheriff's department takes care of some of the schools, but yet we might be the closest to be able to help. Therefore, we end up spending money that we might not have, but is necessary to address something. And this will help kind of circle that those finances around in supporting everyone. So I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Winter.
I would also, I'll keep it short and sweet. I'd also urge a yes vote on this amendment. I think it's good to throw those resources in the beginning, and I think these are ways that we can really try to make a difference. I think sometimes we try to legislate fixes that I don't believe that are going to fix the problem, but I believe this is one of the things that will actually help solve the problem. So thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment, and I appreciate you guys bringing it forward. We know that violence is happening everywhere. We've got more bullying because of social media, and if we can try to get to the root of the problem, which is what I've been saying and begging this legislation to do, let's get to the root of the problem so that we can find the solutions necessary. I think this is a step in the right direction, so thank you for bringing this amendment forward.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L016? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L016 to Senate Bill 241. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. L016 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a question about the bill. So all school districts, everybody looks at the issues that they face regionally different. In my district, I've actually had some schools that have chosen to harden the target, and they have trained teachers to be able to protect their students. So the question is when you talk about implementing a newly created crisis response unit to assist schools in responding to a crisis or emergency event, if a school decided to put their teachers through either a program like FASTER or Bullets Both Ways, which would empower teachers to actually, those are programs that are geared towards arming staff within the school to protect students. Would that be something that in this, if that was part of the response that they looked at based regionally, based upon like police response time, geographic location, would that be something that a school could look to add into their plan if they were looking for some of these funds?
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. So no, this wouldn't involve arming teachers. So I will just highlight some of the allowable uses in that school disbursement or school security disbursement program. Again, it's capital construction, so if you need to change the way that your school entry area is, even bulletproof glass for some of our schools, so I think that gets to some of these, like, you know, using the building and fortifying your building, which is a terrible thing that we would even need to talk about or do, but here we are. Also, a lot of training so that people can be more responsive in ways that are protective of our kids. Training, again, for peace officers, school emergency response training, and also in our Senate, the bill was amended to allow funding for those schools that wanted to implement a school resource officer program, and also funding to help implement co-responder programs. So these are all other ways to improve the security and safety of our kids.
Any further discussion? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to use a trick I learned from my colleague about the fiscal note. So, I have 4 questions, and only part of the things what I'm curious about it was says we're creating an Office of School Safety. So my questions are, number 1, how are grants currently disseminated? Question number 2, why not just issue resources, the money and resources directly to the schools? I mean, our purpose up here is to send that down. Number 3, what's the purpose of the 18 FTEs that are already not accounted for? And then number 4, instead of creating a new office with a new director, why are we simply not consolidating it and making it smaller under a single manager to put out those resources? Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you. So I'm hoping I remember your questions. So if you have them written down, that would be great. Okay, so the first question was, how are the grants currently disseminated? And this was very similar to Representative Bradley's question. So I was able to confirm that the grants that are disseminated are not done on a first-come, first-served basis. They are scored and voted on per project. So each school district or school that would be applying for any of these grants, they submit a proposal. So this is local proposed solutions that then receive state funding for the way they have proposed to make their schools safer. And then why is this, just the money not given directly to schools? So it will be. That's the nature of this grant program. So we have, people will submit applications, the schools, with a proposed solution and a request for funding, the solution that has been proposed by the school. So it's not a one-size-fits-all, and in fact, that's what I really like about it, because I think to an earlier point that was raised, not every school is the same. All schools through all 4 corners of our state have different needs, they look different, and maybe threats are a little bit different. So recognizing that, we make sure that we're looking and scoring these applications for efficacy, and that's going to maybe be different depending on where your school is. Then why the purpose of the FTE, and then I think this also fits in with your question, why not consolidate under a single manager? So all to that, great question, that is exactly what the bill is doing. So right now, we have, and in fact, this is too much bureaucracy, right? Like a lot of these programs all dispersed and housed in different agencies and departments throughout the state. So I can just kind of go, like right now, we've got programs previously or right now, before we pass the bill, being administered by the Division of Criminal Justice, others located in the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. So taking all of these and putting them in one place, so one department is responsible for them instead of people duplicating effort and nobody really coordinating anything and making sure they work together. And then you have 18 FTE to manage these funds and also be reviewing grant applications, supporting our local school districts, especially our rural communities that might not have enough staff themselves to even fill out the grant applications. I know that's a particular challenge for some of our smaller communities where they don't have a grants manager. So we have the support for them at the state level. So, and I think we've got so many school districts that to be able to be responsive to our schools, you need the staff to be able to do that.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess in that little last piece there, I mean, that's exactly I guess the point to my question. If multiple agencies are doing this and now we're bringing under one, why do we need 18 more? Why can't we simply take, if people are already doing grants, if they're already answering the funding issues and pushing things down, why can't those personnel be pulled into that same agency and say, hey, do this job that you've been doing, but you're now you're consolidated? I agree with the consolidation. What I don't understand is why, if they're already doing it out here, why are we leaving them and then creating more to do it, all they've been doing along? Why can't we take all those people that have been doing this work and consolidate them into the same agency? Why do we have to add 18 to it?
Representative Byrd.
So thank you, and thank you for the question. I will confirm many times on a fiscal note, even when you move FTE from one department to another, it shows up as new FTE. So I'll make sure, though, in our budget, whether these are actual new hires or whether we're just counting as this is 18 FTE that are now being staffed in this department. So let's bookmark that, and I will get that information for you. But I will point out that our state has, and I hope I don't get this wrong, I believe we have 178 different school districts, and I have somebody working to confirm that for me. I don't want to overstate it. But if we believe that our schools need support and we want to be responsive to them, you need people to be able to do that. And if we don't have enough people, supporting our smaller schools and schools that don't have the resources to fund their own grant managers, if we need schools to be able to get their requests submitted appropriately, and we need people to timely review those applications because we want to keep our kids safe right now, we need to have the people to do that.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to clarify my question, because I think I asked it the wrong way. I wasn't talking about the specific tool to protect our kids. I was talking about the training aspect of that being part of the crisis. Yeah, so say the school district decided that they were going to allow their teachers to protect their students. I'm not talking about actually buying of the tool, but making that training part of the money. Does that make sense? Part of their response. Yeah, so like if they were to be trained by one of these organizations, not necessarily to buy the tool, but if that's part of their response based upon geographics or that's, I guess, sorry, I'm not trying to beat the question. I just want to be able to answer. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
So I'm getting some real-time answers here, and I'm going to work on confirming what I'm going to tell you, but I'm fairly certain that this wouldn't train teachers how to use firearms. So, and I will confirm that just to make sure. And then I have some more information that is responsive to some of the other questions. Okay, so with respect to the staffing question, so the Resource Center will have 10 of those 18 FTE are new. And then also I wanted to point out to the good representative who raised the FTE question. So remember, we're also adding new programming. Part of this bill is a consolidation of all of these different programs that were scattered across different agencies. But remember, the other half of the bill is to create new school safety resources. So there's additional resources coming into our schools. So with that, The Resource Center has 10 FTE, and then new office is 8. So 10 are being transferred into the office from these different departments, 8 are new. Okay, and I think, let's see. And then the plan is to add crisis response teams and more grant support. So that is the use of the new FTEs. And all good questions, thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. One other question, I think I just need a definition, and it might be in the bill. I've been speed reading, so, and again, thank you to you guys for bringing this forward. I think it's very important to all of Coloradans. When you say on page 7, school, does that mean public, charter, and does it include private? Because we shouldn't be funding taxpayer money to private schools, even though I love the private schools. I can't afford them, but I love them. And would it also include like a swim school? So I just want to make sure this money is going to like the public and charter schools where our kids are actually in school 7 to 8 hours a day versus an elective school, I guess I would say. So thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This goes to our public schools, as you expect. Yes, yeah, charter, and our charter schools are public schools, so yes.
Representative Wilson.
Just another finance question. The school security disbursement grants, that's only shown for this year. I'm assuming that that's the school security disbursement grants, 16 million. It's only on this year. Is that assuming that those grants will continue, or that's enough to get it done and then the following years are just maintenance? Just curious on the clarification.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that is a one-time disbursement to start, and there is roll forward authority until June 30th of 2029. So, and we every year, because we get to write a new budget for every year, if at any point we wanted to add more or change that, we could.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am very concerned with the issues in our schools, the violence in our schools, the mental health issues in almost every case that leads to school violence. I'm concerned about a state program, Office of School Safety, that's going to be able to solve this problem with significant budget impacts. Year one, 25 million, and then about 14 million thereafter, it looks like, in the out years. But I do have a question, because I know in my district, the FASTER program is being used. Many people don't know what the FASTER program is. But this is a program that allows faculty and staff and teachers, and I have some colleagues in my caucus that are much more familiar about this program than I am, and I'm going to ask them to think about coming up and speaking to this. But this program has proved to have a lot of success across this country. I want to know if under this program, Office of School Safety, that school districts will be able to apply if they so choose, because it's local control and local choice, as I think it should be, in those school districts, to determine what their student protection portfolio should be. If that's school resource officers, if that's faculty, administrators, and staff and teachers that are trained in concealed carry, if that's partnerships with law enforcement. As I saw reading the bill, there's a lot of language in here, but one of the things the language is after the fact. Resource supporting after the violence, after the criminal act has been conducted, after the in most every case, the mentally afflicted individual who didn't get the mental health treatment they needed to stop their violent act chooses to enact violence on humanity in that school setting because of their mental instability. So for the bill sponsors, I really want to know, and this shouldn't be politicized. Unfortunately, it probably would be, as these grants are reviewed. But if a school district wants to apply for funds to enroll members of their administration, faculty, staff, teachers, and coaches too, can they do it? Because there is evidence out there, not just anecdotal evidence, that hard targets, as we say in the military, a hard target is less likely to be attacked than a soft target. That translates not just in the military world, but also in the civilian world. And it also translates to our schools. Now, many of you have heard me say that I was raised in a way and was told thousands of times growing up that God takes care of those who take care of themselves. Well, with the FASTER program now, as one of the tools in the toolbox, irregardless of what you feel about it, if it's a tool in the toolbox and it can be made available, should the school districts be allowed to apply under these programs, under this new creation of Office of School Safety for the FASTER program, which I'm a big advocate of, which is used in my district. I'm not going to mention the schools here in the Well. And oh, by the way, those schools that have people in this program have stated that the students feel safer because they know that someone's protecting them. In our rural schools, we don't have these school resource officers like you do in the big schools here in Denver. They're not there.
Representative Holtorf, could you help me follow where you are taking this point as it pertains to the bill as amended?
Well, I will tell you here, as amended, I want to make sure that the funds are available under these grant programs for all the programs that might be out there, not just select programs that maybe the Office of School Safety is going to review and or allow. So is it going to be open to any request for any program that enhances school safety, including the FASTER program? Because in my district, it's already in place. In those districts, the students feel safer, and they don't know. You see, nobody knows, except the superintendent, who's enrolled. And the training is comprehensive, and it provides safety to those students, and it can be very quick and responsive. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 241 as amended? Representative Bockenfeld. Representative Luck. Somebody's got to make a decision here. Representative Bockenfeld.
Are you ready, Shannon? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I want to talk a little bit about the program. It doesn't change what's happening at the local level now. I'm assuming everything happening at the local level is coordinated with the Department of Public Safety, Homeland Security. Plans are put together by school districts. I'm assuming there's some oversight to that, and everybody knows what the various school districts do. They are local control school districts, and local control matters are in place in those various school districts. And so I don't anticipate that that would change much under this new structure, and I still ask for an item.
Is there any further, Madam Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to lay over Senate Bill 241, one bill.
Okay, the motion is to lay over one bill. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 23-216.
Senate Bill 216 by Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, also Representatives Sirota and Bockenfeld, concerning funding to the Department of Early Childhood for the Colorado Universal Preschool Program.
Representative Sirota,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 216.
to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill replaces a statutory requirement for an annual transfer from the general fund or state education fund to the preschool program's cash fund, and puts in its place a statutory requirement for an annual appropriation to the same effect. It keeps the same formula for calculating the amount of the appropriation, but by changing it from a transfer to an appropriation, it does subject it to the existing required general fund reserve. So there is money allocated in the budget to go toward our reserve. And then also we have established a reserve in this cash fund to support that cash fund on top of the general fund reserve. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill Representative DeGraff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on the fiscal, and maybe I just didn't hear it. I was trying to, but over here I didn't hear it very well. But I see that the 139.1 million is coming out of the general fund and going into the preschool programs contingency fund, which I guess would be in accordance with the, well, on page 4, it says under state law, the General Assembly must transfer an amount from the general fund or state education fund to the preschool cash fund. So I'm, because it seems to me that taking it out of the general fund would have a Tabor impact as opposed to taking it out of, because it is preschool programs. So I'm curious why it's not coming out of the state education fund. And so I do realize that it says general fund or state education fund, but it seems like I mean, we're talking about the entire amount out of the out of the general fund instead of, you know, maybe supplementing a need or something. So I'm curious why it's all coming out of the general fund, and if it didn't come out of the general fund, and it did in fact come from the preschools or the school education fund, would that have an impact on Tabor?
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this money that we are contemplating in this bill, so in 2020, the voters passed Proposition EE, which established a universal preschool program that entitled all the kids in Colorado in the year before kindergarten to at least 10 hours of free preschool each week. That program that took us a couple years to establish in law last year was implemented with House Bill 22-1295, which set up a funding formula to retain the funding from what we currently have, which is the Colorado Preschool Program. That does currently serve to provide some preschool for children in Colorado. That funding is what is represented in this formula. That will be coming into this preschool program's cash fund to also come in with the Prop EE money to support the new universal preschool program. So the former Colorado preschool program will not exist as it did. We now will have one universal preschool program. And so that's what this funding formula represents, is transferring what we used to spend in the preschool program now into this cash fund. And because it is not, a transfer is not subject to the reserve, but an appropriation is. So it doesn't really matter whether it came from the general fund or the state education fund. It's really 6 or half dozen, but we are electing to draw it from the general fund.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the preschool programs cash, or the preschool programs, and the CDEC, those are two different things, and you're saying that the preschool programs will not be the same now, so how will they be different? Is this something that's going to be completely done away with and replaced by CDEC? Or is there still going to be this other program over there that will just be different?
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As was established in last year's House Bill 1295, we created this new universal preschool program. So that exists now within the department, and that is what runs the preschool program. There will be different, some children may receive 15 hours of free preschool a week. Some children may receive the extended day funding if they meet certain qualifying factors. So there are some differentiation among the within the universal preschool program. It does also serve some 3-year-olds and actually some younger than 3 if programs, if school districts had provided that prior to the passage of 1295. But it's one program.
Representative Bottoms.
So according to the way that you're saying this, the CDEC will now be over the preschool, all the preschool programs? And if so, will there be any children that could have been in a preschool program that will be left out by switching this to the new CDEC? Are there different requirements? Are we putting money into something that potentially pulls away from a child being allowed to be in a preschool program for some reason, of which I wouldn't know, but for some reason?
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify what this bill is doing. This is not the bill that we did last year, which established the new Department of Early Childhood and the new universal preschool program. This bill is simply, if it weren't this bill, what we would be statutorily required to do is to run a bill to provide this annual transfer. Instead, what we are doing is we are changing statute to say that instead of a transfer of funds, we will do an appropriation each year based on this funding formula. And that appropriation will be a visible line item in the budget. So it is, it's just a change in the mechanism by which we are doing it, but we're not actually making any changes to the program.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is a passage of Senate Bill 216. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 216 passes. Mr. Sheeple, read the title to Senate Bill 241.
Senate Bill 241 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burden Bockenfeld, concerning the creation of the Office of School Safety and in connection therewith, requiring the Director of the Office of School Safety to appoint a grants manager, creating a crisis response unit within the Office of School Safety, specifying that the Office of School Safety has oversight over the School Safety Research Center, specifying that the School Access for Emergency Response Grant Program is administered by the Office of School Safety, making an appropriation.
To the bill, Representative Bradley.
Thank you. We just discovered in talking to the bill drafter that this limits the grant program scope to, based on Colorado's revised statutes, it limits the scope of grant funding to public schools and public charter schools. So I'm completely satisfied with that. Thank you.
Is there any further? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come back up to talk to all of my colleagues about the importance of having every resource available to every school district across the entire state. And those resources are different. Now, I was talking to one of my colleagues who I greatly respect and have had many long and rigorous debates with from Boulder County. And we share a lot of the same concerns and sentiments about protecting our youth. And one of the things, and I go back to this FASTER program and other programs like this, one of the things I want to point out, and I want these grant program to be open under this legislation to this bill. These grant programs need to be open to any request from any school district that enhances their school safety under their model and under their terms. Now, let me explain. In rural Colorado, we don't have as many of these school shootings as you do in the urban centers for different reasons. But in the case where you do in rural Colorado, let's pick out one school in my district. How about the Rickery School? The Rickery School, very close to the Rickery River, is about 25 miles from any municipality. Now, why does that matter? In these country schools, out in the country, the sheriff's department is not close by. And many of my small rural communities don't have a police department. They don't have the resources to pay for and staff a police department. So the county sheriff is the only law enforcement element around. Now, if you have 1, 2, or 3 deputies on duty in a given day, usually not more than a handful, where are they? In our large counties that are many, many square miles, tall and wide, very large counties, Washington County, my home county, for example, Weld County, East Weld County, Prairie School. We have schools that are literally 50 miles from a municipality. So how do they protect themselves? How do they provide those resources? That in urban centers, you can have a school resource officer who is trained with a firearm and has specific training and is there to protect those students and faculty and staff if there's an active shooting incident. In rural Colorado, the FASTER program provides that. Because when you call 911 and the dispatcher answers, your law enforcement response might be 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes away. So I want to know, before I get behind something like this that's north of $10 million a year, will this office be unbiased, unpoliticized, completely objective, and meet the needs of all of Colorado? So I ask that clarification of the bill sponsors.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 241? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to support my colleague in that. Most people feel pretty safe with air travel these days, and I think that's great. And the schools, the kids, when they were here, they continually noted the airports, and kind of ironically, because they didn't want, some of them were opposed, I think, politically to armed guards, because a lot of them, we know that they were removed with the whole defund the police movement and all that.
Representative DeGraff,
Yes,
please
sir.
keep it to the bill as amended.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that, again, that we're going in, that we are considering all options, because probably some of the I think some of the best options are the armed teachers, voluntarily armed teachers, not all teachers, but those who are voluntarily armed to protect their kids, because one thing about this with the crisis response unit is it's a response, and usually they're going to arrive too late. And it's not, same with the police, and I've heard this from numerous police, that when seconds count. Police are minutes away. It's not a dig against the law enforcement. It's just a fact of a limited resource, a very valuable but a very limited resource. So one of the other reasons that the air travel is safe is because there are armed personnel even inside the security area. So I think it's imperative that we treat our children just as valuable as anybody in this building or anybody in any corporate security, which typically have single point of entry, and then they also have armed law enforcement or armed security. So to reiterate that and back what my colleague said, I think we want to make sure that this bill leaves all options on the table and doesn't just create an ineffective. We know that the SROs are highly effective in this regard. I would rather see the money go towards that because that seems like that was a very effective solution right up until that they were removed. So I would like to make sure that we are everybody is on board with this. So thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Amendment L019 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion, and although I do appreciate the promotion in spirit, not for all the money in the world, Mr. Chair, not Mr. Speaker.
Oh, sorry.
That's a proper motion, and the amendment is properly displayed to L019.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm concerned about a section on page 8 that gives very broad authority to the executive director, and so in chatting with the bill sponsors, I'm proposing this language to be amended so that it doesn't read any other duties that the executive director deems necessary, but instead any other duties related to the implementation of this section. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
I just want to extend gratitude to Representative Luck, and I think this is a fine amendment. Members, I urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion on L019? The question before us is the adoption of L019 to Senate Bill 241. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L019 is adopted. To the bill. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 241? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 241 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 241 is adopted as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 220. Oh, Madam Majority Leader, apologies.
Sorry. Go ahead. I'm ahead of myself.
No, we want to do 220.
She did already, didn't she? 1019, okay.
One more?
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 231019.
No, oh, now a different one? No, you need to proceed out. He needs to do it again.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 220.
Seeing no objection, we are proceeding out of order to Senate Bill 220. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 220.
Senate Bill 220 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning the use of money previously allocated for public schools and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
To the bill, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 220.
So moved. To the bill.
Okay, so first, members, we have an amendment. I move Amendment L03.
That is a proper motion, and we're waiting for it to be displayed.
And please ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, Amendment L003 is moved and displayed. To the amendment, Representative Byrd.
Yes, members, so this literally is the best bill because it is a great bill and it deals with the best program. So this adds $1 million additional general fund into the fund to help fund construction for our public schools. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Talking about the amendment. Okay, I'm a little confused on the amendment because My understanding of the overall bill is we want to add $1 million for air quality improvement grants, but then we are taking, and then we're putting the money into Building Excellent Schools Today Act. So my understanding of the bill is taking money that has not been spent on the air quality improvement grants, which is this about, putting it into the BEST program. And so it's probably, I'm sure it's a confusion point of mine, but I just want to find out what it is. So, and I'm hearing yes. So,
To the amendment.
but that was the confusion on the amendment, that if we're adding money into the program that we're transferring out.
It helps with the answer.
I understand.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague for the question. So your bigger question is the substance of the bill, but that is a grant program that's another source of funds that will be dispersed into the BEST grant program. So that is that is the bill, but then in addition to those funds, we are taking an additional $1 million of general fund and also putting that into the BEST grant program. This is a funding bill for the BEST grant program. And then I think as you hear us talk about the bill, it will clarify all of this for you. Part of what's challenging sometimes about these discussions is that the amendments out of context don't always make a lot of sense. And perhaps maybe I will offer the context so you can understand. And I'm going to pass to Representative Sirota, who can give some historical background here.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2021, we utilized some one-time general fund to create grants, and it was sort of under the umbrella of the BEST program, but it was for schools to purchase air filters, air filtration systems. That grant program was time limited, and there remained some $4.7 million left that went unutilized. So we are making that now an allowable use, those funds for the BEST program for schools, for their broader infrastructure issues to be addressed, as well as we are eliminating a transfer that would have come out of a fund that is having some challenges right now. But this amendment is about general fund use, one-time general fund use.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L003 to Senate Bill 220. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L003 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as my good colleague just described, this is a bill that does good things for the BEST grant program and is moving funding from a source that no longer has any demands put upon it. These are unutilized funds right now where they're currently located. By moving them into the BEST grant program, they can be put to their greatest and highest use, and that is to build our public schools and do some much-needed renovation, capital renewal, just critical projects that are for health and safety of our public schools. There's another piece of this, though, too, that eliminates a transfer that typically comes annually from the marijuana tax cash fund into the public school capital construction assistance fund. Because the marijuana tax cash fund this year, for reasons that have been discussed many times, has challenges with having enough money to meet all of its demands, we are putting on pause that scheduled transfer this year. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 220? Representative DeGraff.
I want to adjust this, just leave it right where it is. So, all right, so this program is supposed to typically be funded by, in this case, it would be $30 million. We're not going to transfer that out this year because other programs have already exceeded the capacity of that program, or?
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative DeGraff, for the question. So marijuana tax cash fund relies heavily on sales and excise taxes that are collected on sales of marijuana. During the pandemic, there was a spike in sales of these products. And then now, post-pandemic, there was a bunch of supply that ramped up to meet the demand for that spike in demand. And now there is lots of product, and as is consistent with the laws of supply and demand, when you have more supply of a product than there is demand, that has caused the price of marijuana products to go down and the commensurate tax collections on those products to also go down. And until supply meets demand, a key source of revenue coming into the marijuana tax cash fund is lower than we would ordinarily expect. I hope that makes sense. So we are giving the market some time to adjust and allow those scheduled transfers to resume once cash flow is better. So again, I ask for yes vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to add that should anyone be concerned about BEST, also the revenue from the State Land Board that is coming in now is actually coming in stronger than was initially anticipated. So this lack of transfer that we're talking about here from the marijuana tax cash fund should be more than offset by other revenues coming in stronger than previously anticipated.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 220? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 220 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 220 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Concurrent Resolution 1001.
Seeing no objection, Mr. Sheeple, please read the title of House Bill Concurrent Resolution 23-1001.
House Concurrent Resolution 1001 by Representatives Weissman and Lynch, also Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, submitting to the registered electors of the State of Colorado amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning judicial discipline and in connection therewith establishing an independent judicial discipline adjudicative board, setting standards for judicial review of a discipline case and clarifying when discipline proceedings become public.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry, Mr. Sheeple, for the long title. We move HCR 1001 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
All right, members, we'll say more about the background here when we get to the resolution, but briefly it comes from the Interim Committee on Judicial Discipline and what work we did there. Both the Minority Leader and I were members of that Interim Committee. The work was nearly perfect, but to make it even more perfect, we did a few amendments in Judiciary. One was concerning the composition of what we might call a replacement court that might need to sit in certain judicial discipline matters to resolve questions of conflict of interest. Probably the biggest thing that we did was to unify a rulemaking process. Coming out of the interim, we had sort of one process set up for rulemaking for what's called the commission, a different process for the adjudicative board. Further reflection surfaced that it would really make sense for that to be one rulemaking process, so that's what we have. Net of the Judiciary Committee amendments, there will be representation into that rulemaking committee, essentially, from the commission and the adjudicative board and also the Supreme Court itself. So we ask for your support of the Judiciary Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the passage of Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Passes. To the bill. Representative Weissman.
All right, thank you. Now that we are to the resolution, members, the HCR 1001 is the core work of the Interim Committee on Judicial Discipline that met throughout the summer and fall last year. It was bipartisan, bicameral, total of 8 members, 2 each, Democratic, Republican, House, Senate. That was deliberate. I chaired the back part of the committee. My vice chair was our former colleague, Representative Carver. This question that we grapple with is bigger than party, and we thought it was important for the Interim Committee to be structured reflecting that philosophy. The core work that we do here is set forth as a constitutional change because the substance that we have to change is in the Constitution and has been there since the 1960s. So what will happen if we approve this and the Senate approves it? A question will be put before the voters of the whole state in 2024 to make the changes. In summary, what we are doing is sort of bifurcating the judicial discipline process so that, as a lot of other states already do, we have one entity doing the early phases, what you might call the investigation phase of a judicial discipline matter. When we go to formal proceedings, that will then be grappled with by a separate independent judicial discipline adjudicative board. We need to set that up in the Constitution. The board will replace the role of what are called special masters right now. Currently, those are folks appointed by the Supreme Court, and we need to have a little bit more separation between folks who might come under the investigation of the judicial discipline function and then who's overseeing that process. So that's really about independence. We just alluded to the idea of a composition of the replacement court. We do still have a role for the Supreme Court under a pretty limited standard of review at the very end of this process. In the event that conflicts of interest arise, which are set forth in the text, we will compose a randomly selected court to sit in place of the Supreme Court in those very limited but important cases. Some other important stuff that we do is to revise the balance between confidentiality and the public's right to know. We are an outlier state right now in how little the public is able to know until very late in the process. So what we're doing here is drawing the line in a way that better conforms with most other states. At the point when formal proceedings in judicial discipline commence, then they become public and everyone can know what all is going on. Prior to that point, there is sort of a due process interest in things that are not fully proven, not going all the way public and possibly hurting somebody's reputation. But at the point when we've gotten to the necessity of what we call formal proceedings, then the public's right to know is going to trump the cloak of secrecy that currently exists. We also have some language in here allowing better information sharing to complainants in judicial discipline processes because testimony over the summer surfaced that when you're going through one of these matters right now, you can often really be wondering what's going on, and the psychic impact of that on a complainant can be very profound. And finally, as noted just now, we revised the rulemaking. So we ask for your support in this measure to make some very carefully considered and we think very necessary changes to how we do judicial discipline in the state of Colorado, really for the sake of trust and confidence in our judiciary and all of government.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to translate some of that. No, I just want to, first off, comment on the amount of work that my colleague and also my colleague who I'm sure is watching from home, Representative Carver, put into this. This is a big deal because this requires us to mess with our Constitution. But it's for the good, and to kind of simplify what this does is this takes a cumbersome process and kind of streamlines it and then increases the transparency of how that process works. It's a very delicate issue that was unfortunately brought before us because of some issues that we've recently had within our judiciary, and I can't state enough how important it is that we have the ultimate confidence in judiciary. I believe in our judiciary department and our judicial branch, and I believe actions like this increase that ability for citizens to have confidence in that process, and I would strongly urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion on House Concurrent Resolution 1001? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Concurrent Resolution 1001. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Concurrent Resolution 1001 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 23-1019.
House Bill 1019 by Representatives Weissman and Lynch, also Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, concerning judicial discipline and in connection therewith, ensuring complainant rights in judicial discipline proceedings.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1019, the Judiciary Report and the Appropriations Report.
To the Judiciary Committee report. Oh, to Appropriations report.
Thank you. Appropriations appropriated some money to get this done. There's less than one FTE. We ask for your support.
Any discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Appropriations report is adopted. To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Weissman.
Thank you. Members, you can think about the changes that we did in Judiciary to the bill as in conformity with the changes that we alluded to in the concurrent resolution that we just discussed. There is some statutory language that goes along with supporting the work of the commission. We now need to have comparable language referring to the new adjudicative board. This is conditional upon the voters' approval of the concurrent resolution. We have conforming language about the rulemaking procedure as well. Finally, we struck two pieces of statute that go back many decades that provide actually for misdemeanor penalty for violating the requirement of confidentiality that attaches at certain points in the judicial discipline proceedings. First of all, on the authority of a recent 10th Circuit case, this is very likely unconstitutional because we're talking about First Amendment speech. Second of all, we heard in a very powerful and pretty awful way through testimony in the interim, there can be a profound chilling effect when you are a complainant, you believe you've experienced judicial misconduct. There was an example about sexual harassment that was shared with us over the summer, and then to be confronted with this prospect of criminal sanction as you're going through the process. Entirely inappropriate. Do want to note that we believe very strongly in the requirement of confidentiality, and we are not changing that. The only purpose here is to get rid of the criminal penalty. That's the only purpose. It is an important purpose, so we ask for your support of the Judiciary Report.
Any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is a passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Come on, we can do better than that. All those opposed, no. Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, as we noted, this is essentially a companion to the concurrent resolution. You know, the way that we decided to work this interim was not to have members of each party go to their corner and come forth with competing proposals. We decided that we would work in a consensus way, and that's what we did. So this bill came forth 8-0, as the concurrent resolution came forth 8-0. It's pretty simple. Again, we make some conforming definitions. We make some conforming changes to the rulemaking language that was previously in statute. Importantly here, we set forth some specific reporting requirements that will be part of our SMART Act hearings. We also set forth some specific victim or complainant notification type of rights. You know, we're all familiar with the VRA here in a criminal context. This is not a criminal context, so the VRA does not apply, but we want some of the same principles to apply. So there are affirmative duties set forth in terms of if you are a complainant, you deserve to be notified what is going on in the process, you know, just to be kept informed, basically, because this impacts you profoundly. And I wish I could share some of what was shared with us over the summer, but it's pretty heavy stuff. So there was broad support for the idea of VRA-like provisions, and then we have some language just concerning administrative support for a panel of the adjudicative board if one is called into being. We ask for your support for House Bill 1019.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also, just procedurally, this can't occur without the passing of what we just did, just to kind of clarify for those that are following along for the process. This really is, we established the need for change, and this really defines down how those changes will be implemented. Once again, the amount of work that went into this for this committee was, it was judiciary carried into the summer, which I appreciated, as I love to hang out in judiciary during the summer, but it was a lot of work done.
Excuse me.
Whoa.
Excuse me. We respect decorum, please. If you want to speak with your legislators, we can do it off of the floor. Please respect the process. Please respect our work. Assistant Minority Lynch, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so this, after a whole lot of stakeholding, actually, we determined that this, and it was not a partisan process. It was a process that went through hours and hours of work, and I would like to ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1019? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the two bill sponsors for their hard work in the interim that brings us to this place. Just not a hard question, but several years ago in this chamber, the Chief Justice of the Colorado Supreme Court was in here talking about some very egregious and heinous things that were done at the highest levels of our justice system. And as we reviewed, analyzed, and listened to what was going on, it was as if the fox was guarding the hen house, as we say in the country. Because the oversight that was needed was not there. So to the bill sponsors, does this slate of work that you've done guarantee that the fox is not watching the hen house, and that there's going to be true judicial reform. So anybody in the justice system who's out of line, anybody who is doing things that they actually, as a judge, are ruling on, in some cases, that's taken care of. And I'm not on the Judiciary Committee, and so I'm pretty naive. So I'd ask the bill sponsors just to, so I can get behind this without a reservation.
We will be going into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Members, I just want to take a brief moment to recognize what just happened, and recognizing that there is a lot of pain and frustration out there, and that this House does belong to the people. That being said, we're also here to conduct our work, so I would ask the members to take their conversations off the floor and to the side. And if there's anybody that comes here that want to engage us, please turn in a card, ask to speak with your representative or legislator. We are here to serve you. We are here to hear you. And if you have legislators that aren't willing to hear you, please go to leadership. Okay, with that, please, back to House Bill 1019. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to, I guess, try to pick up where we were and to speak to the questions posed by the representative from Akron. Yes, I mean, no less than the Chief Justice of Colorado himself has been up here at the State of the Judiciary in years past speaking about things. There's certainly been many thousands, if not tens of thousands of words published in newspapers. I think, though, what the work of the interim committee is about is really the structural level of how we grapple with these questions, not so much any individual contract or any individual allegation or even any individual personality, but what all of this stuff that has been going on for years has surfaced is that our judicial discipline process in Colorado that has its origins in 1960s era constitutional language doesn't really measure up to modern standards in some key respects. One respect is separation of those presiding over the matters and those potentially being investigated. Another, as we just alluded to, is the extent to which there are notifications to the complainant. So to the question of quis custodia custodes, or sorry, who's watching the watchers? I just didn't want to use the Fox Hen House reference. That is the core work of, or some of the core work of the concurrent resolution. Right now, we have a process where a complaint works its way through the commission. It is ultimately reviewed by special masters appointed by the Supreme Court, and then there is potentially final review or appeal to, if you will, the Supreme Court. That has worked, I suppose, well enough when individuals not themselves involved with the Supreme Court are being investigated. But now exactly that has kind of come into issue in recent years, which has made things difficult. So what we are setting up in the resolution supported by the implementational work of the bill is a very different process. A complaint, or it's called an RFE, request for evaluation, still starts with the commission level. If it gets past that informal stage, it then goes not to special masters appointed by the court, but to an independent, constitutionally grounded panel of an adjudicative board. There's even representation from judge members, non-judge lawyer members, and civilian members to have all of those perspectives about what is justice and what does the whole state, whether you're a lawyer or not, what right do you have to expect, what should you be able to expect from your judicial branch of government, basically. So in most cases, the adjudicative board panel is going to have the final say there. And again, these are folks largely separate from the Supreme Court. There is still the limited possibility of appeal from a decision of the adjudicative board to the Supreme Court on a much more limited standard of review. And then again, we have set forth situations in the constitutional text where if there are indicia of conflict of interest, the Supreme Court will be substituted out of the way, and a replacement court will sit as the final authority, taking an appeal from the adjudicative board. So we think that these are important structural changes to create more space between those who may be complained of and those who are overseeing the process of resolving a complaint. This brings us much more into line with best practices that we've identified from researching other states. I hope that's responsive to the question posed by the rep from Akron.
Is there any further discussion on 1019? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1019. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1019 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 23-1205.
House Bill 1205 by Representatives Lynch and Bacon concerning the creation of the Office of the Judicial Discipline Ombudsman.
Minority Leader Lynch.
I would like to move House Bill 1205 and the Judiciary Report.
And the Appropriations Report.
And the Appropriations Report, yeah.
You have heard the motion to the Appropriations Committee Report.
All right, to the committee report. There was not a ton of money set aside for this. That's why I like being on bills like this. In appropriations, we appropriated $353,000 for this program.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee Report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Appropriations Committee Report is adopted. To the Judiciary Committee Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, I'm back up to speed here now. In Judiciary, as we were going through the important parts of this heavily stakeholdered bill, in a number of places, we ended up with just words that weren't quite right. And the big change, hold on one second here. Oh, yeah. The big change was really to determine where this office would reside, and we discussed that in the Judiciary, in the interim Judiciary Committee, and made some changes there.
Great. The question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Committee Report. Representative DeGraff. To the committee report.
Oh, committee report. My bad.
Okay. The question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Judiciary Committee Report is adopted. To the bill. Any
Thank you, Mr.
discussion?
Chair.
Oh, Minority Leader Lynch, apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to start off with amendments. So I would like to move Amendment L13 to House Bill 1205.
Okay, you heard the motion of L013. It's a proper motion. We're waiting for it to be displayed. To the amendment, Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is it really changes the language. We were worried, as we'll talk a little more about the bill here in a minute, that there was a mandatory reporting requirement. This takes care of that, and I would like to ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on L013? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L013 to House Bill 1205. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. L013 is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment L010 to House Bill 1205.
That is a proper motion, waiting for it to be displayed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I messed up, and that was to the committee report. I'd like to withdraw that motion.
Withdrawn. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so in a continuation of the interim committee where we were going through and figuring out how to, in my mind, keep and establish the confidence in our state for our judiciary, one of the things we determined that folks need, if they're going to have a complaint, it's a hard thing to complain to a chain of command and knowing that your bosses are actually folks that are members of the judiciary and kind of have some extra privilege in this world. So what we wanted to do is make sure that we had a mechanism for those folks to not feel threatened, not feel like they're going to a place where they're going to have a repercussion for that. And through the summer committee, what we discovered is, in an attempt to fix one problem, we uncovered a bunch of other problems that are happening or were happening in our judiciary. And one of those was that we weren't getting an honest feedback from folks that were impacted by adverse actions in the judiciary. So what we set aside to do is create an ombudsman office, which is completely separate. And the big conversation here was the separation. How does that office exist outside of judiciary? One of the things that we wanted to make sure of is that it truly physically did exist outside of the judiciary. And this office was to make sure that it was impartial, not employed by, not financed by, not in any way tied with that judicial chain of command. And so we created an office and figured out different ways of doing that. So it is actually physically located outside of the judiciary, funded outside of the judiciary, and really the goal is for this office to serve as really a gatekeeper. So if somebody has an issue with some action or activity that happened within the Department of Judiciary, they can go and talk with these folks and know rather that this is an issue that has been heightened to the level of judicial discipline, or if it's an issue that would need to be pushed back as a silly HR issue that does not require the level of attention, excuse my words there, for an issue that can better be handled by the HR department. So I would encourage a yes vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1205? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just reading some things from the witness testimony, and I guess I'm curious on the ombudsman. Well, I'll just read this, and then perhaps hopefully my colleagues can answer, or maybe they are answered, but then I'll be. The current system, including the commission, is so bad that 1205 proposes an ombudsman. So there's no dispute that there is a need for judicial oversight. To serve as a go-between for judicial branch employee and the discipline commission, we agree that the system is bad, but we disagree that the ombudsman will do anything to improve the system. In the judicial scandal, which would be one of the things that drove this, MM was essentially a self-proclaimed ombudsman, but that didn't work out. She was referred to as the fixer. That's how she gained information about judges who committed misconduct and who weren't disciplined. She allegedly kept complaints from proceeding against judges. It would be completely irresponsible to codify her position as the fixer, given that everything had been reported regarding Colorado's judicial branch. It's ridiculously naive to think an ombudsman would be effective and not be corrupted by those in the judicial branch. So I guess now that as this is just kind of a problem as we've moved into a post-natural law situation, we need watchers to watch the watching watchers. So instead of the discipline, Instead, the Discipline Commission should be completely free of conflicts of interest, so anyone would be comfortable approaching the commission and filing a complaint. Indeed, why does 1205 propose an ombudsman for only judicial branch employees and not lawyers or litigants? Lawyers and litigants would also have reason to fear retaliation from a judge. So if there's an ombudsman, shouldn't that person also be available to lawyers and litigants? 1205 is an acknowledgement that the judicial discipline process proposed in 1001 and 1019 is at a minimum problematic. We need to remove the conflicts of interest, increase transparency, and enhance accountability. The current proposals simply add more conflicts of interest to a troubled system. They build a second story on a house with a faulty foundation and the second story built with faulty materials. They are dangerous. There's no reason, however, whatsoever to pass these measures this year. 23-1001 must be approved by voters. It cannot be on the ballot until 2024, so a measure passed in the next session would be able to be on the ballot. But all members of the House will be on that ballot along with any referendum regarding judicial discipline. One would think that it would be most prudent for the referendum to reduce conflicts of interest rather than add them and to increase transparency in a meaningful way. It's hard to understand how these measures, as written, benefit any of your constituents. The measures endanger your constituents. The current system endangers your constituents. What Colorado needs is a judicial discipline system that does not contain conflicts of interest and is more transparent. So I think overall, at least my understanding, my summary understanding would be now we have a judicial system that is rife with corruption because power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. But now we're going to have
Representative DeGraff, we are on 1205. Please
1205.
stick to the bill.
So it is on 1205 because we're looking at an ombudsman. So we're going to put all this power and centralize it into. So I'm not disputing the need for judicial reform. I'm legitimately asking whether because now you have a single individual in this ombudsman, like how will we select the ombudsman? What is the accountability process for the ombudsman? Who watches the watcher in this case? Because when you have centralized power, you have centralized corruption as well. So that's what I would like to know about the ombudsman. It's not a pushback. This is one of those, if men were angels, we wouldn't need government kind of questions.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1205? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1205. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1205 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise up and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it is under consideration the following touch bills being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1019 is amended, 1205 is amended, House Concurrent Resolution 1001 is amended, passed on second reading in order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bills 216, 219, 220 is amended, 221, 228 is amended, 229 is amended, 230, 231, 241 is amended, passed on second reading in order to revise and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Thank you. Representative Ortiz. That is a proper motion. There is one amendment at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the Taggart amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Taggart moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Taggart Amendment L3 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pro Tem, I'm sorry. I'd like to move the Taggart Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
Please proceed.
We talked about this at probably longer than people wanted to talk about this on 2:30, but again, we'll make the statement that monies having to do with the benefits for individuals within a particular district should be paid by that district in full before they transition over to the new district. And in fact, one of the members of the JBC, one of my colleagues, stood up here and said, that's what's happening. If that's what's happening, this amendment is very simple, is to take letter I under B out of this bill because it's not needed. And once you put it in there, you're in as much saying that we as the state are going to negotiate with these judicial districts or counties to potentially pay for something that in accrual accounting is already there and it's their responsibility and not the state. And if you leave this in here, it sets a dangerous precedent that every time there's a transition, the state needs to spend this money as compared to the district or the county that should have accrued for it from day one. Thank you. And I ask for an aye on this amendment.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pro Tem members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. We believe this is an important part of the negotiations that have taken place between the counties to make this additional judicial district work and to not be a burden on the counties. I ask for a no vote. If you don't like this particular use, you can vote no on the bill, though I encourage you to vote yes. But on this amendment, please no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Taggart Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. On the wall, Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Frizzell votes no. Representative Morrow. Representative Morrow, if you're with us, please turn on your screen and tell us how you vote on the Taggart Amendment. Representatives Bacon, Epps, Morrow, and Story are excused. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 40 no, and 8 excused, the Taggart Amendment fails. That brings us back to the report of the Committee of the Whole. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. On the wall, Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Representative Frizzell votes no. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 8 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move to proceed out of order to Senate Bill 168 under conference committees to report.
Seeing no objection, the House will proceed out of order as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 168.
Senate Bill 168 by Senators Jaquez, Lewis, and Colker, also Representatives Mabry and Parenti, concerning gun violence victims' access to the judicial system.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the Conference Committee on SB 168 be granted permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the House and the Senate. Members, we are requesting to go beyond the scope of the differences between the House and the Senate because the amendments that we actually adopted in the House and through committee were quite narrow. As my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know, we had discussions of amendments that did go beyond the narrow scope. We're opening the door to allow those conversations to continue in the conference committee, and that's why we want to go beyond the scope.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to establish a conference committee and give permission to go beyond the scope on Senate Bill 168. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. On the wall, Representative Frizzell, how do you vote on the motion?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 6 no votes, and 8 excused, the motion is adopted. We are to announcements and introductions. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The Conference Committee for SB 168 will meet tomorrow morning, 7:30 in room 354. The Conference Committee members include myself, Representative Parenti, and Representative Taggart, as well as Senators Jaquez, Lewis, Colker, and Cinder Gardner.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, given that we've run a bit long this morning, we need for adjournment committees to complete before afternoon committees can get going. So this is to announce that Judiciary will begin 10-ish minutes after we receive word that the adjournment committees have concluded their work. It will very likely not be 1:30. If we're lucky, closer to 2. I'll keep in touch with members by text. Thanks.
Representative Michelson-Jeannet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Same basic announcement. Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services will meet upon adjournment of the upon adjournment committees.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you. Same-o, Transportation, Housing will meet upon adjournment of the upon adjournment.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. Education, I have part 1 and part 2 of this announcement. Part 1 is that we will be meeting at 10 minutes because we are at adjournment, so we'll be meeting at 10 minutes. Senate Bill 149. And the other one is that 149 is also scheduled for April 12th, and it might be a really great bill, but I think we only need to listen to it once, so it will not be heard on April 12th. Thank you.
Representative Amable.
Thank you. Business will be meeting in 10 minutes in room 112. Thanks.
Briefly, I need to announce some committee substitutions today. Representative Ricks will replace Representative Woodrow on the Judiciary Committee today only. Representative Parenti will replace Representative English on the Business and Labor Committee today only. Representative Joseph will replace Representative English on the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee today only. Representative Velasco will replace Representative Judah on the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee today only. And Representative Leader will replace Representative Story on the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee today only. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.